Hello, hello. We're in-game. Ready to go. I like when things time out well. We get to talk about more of the patch today, obviously. But more specifically, we get to make fun of the bugs. Which I'm sure none of these fine, upstanding players would ever abuse. Especially because in a tournament setting, they could easily say, hey, the rules say no bug abuse. Usually that's a thing in shit, what was I talking about? Aw, man. Surprised I haven't fixed that. Maybe last time it was on Europe or something? Oh well. We're gonna have tiny overlay for now. Oh, I was talking about the bug abuse, that's right. Yeah, tournaments usually have just a catch-all clause that's like no bug abuse. And then, you know, if there's something that's kind of like teeters on a bug, they're like, well, you know, we didn't specifically say you couldn't do that, but anyway, I'm sure we wouldn't see it here. Top right it is max packs, bottom left it is cure. For those who are completely unaware as to what I'm talking about, haven't been to the StarCraft Reddit because it's an unholy place. Fair enough, but there's a pretty big bug right now in StarCraft, which was only discovered recently. But it makes sense, I guess, like as far as to how this bug would occur. I realize I'm on the wrong scene. That's better. Which is that because of the load all command added to medevacs and dropper lords and warp prisms, there we go. That's actually added to all of them, right? But it's just more obvious when it comes, I think, to the medevac one. That is the same command, I guess, that the command center uses when you tell it to pick up all the SCVs before it becomes an orbital or planetary. Or before it becomes an orbital, anyway. Apparently that's what the problem is, so that now it can pick up other units and then something happens where specifically there's some units that will activate because they have like a siege mode. So there's a siege tank and then there's the Widow Mine and they have two different phases, right? Which SCVs don't have any phases. There's no unsieged and sieged or loaded and unloaded SCV attack like there are for Widow Mines and siege tanks. That's, I think, the gist of it, but what it means in the game is that you could theoretically pick up Widow Mines and tanks and have them shoot in the medevac, which is pretty fucking funny. And if it was intentional, you know, obviously it would have to come with the other races also getting something equally as broken, and unfortunately they don't really have that equal opportunity brokenness with the drop overlords and the warp prism. But I kind of wish they did. If that was one of the things that was in the balance notes as just being like, no, it's new and it's weird and it's crazy and people are gonna have fun, I'd be like, all right, fair enough. But the other races would have to get something as well, and that's not what happened. So yeah, I heavily doubt Gear would ever do it, especially like on purpose. I don't know if there's a case of using it accidentally, like you do for a Widow Mine drop on a probe line and they actually activate. I'm not totally sure about that. It does seem like it's a little hard to actually execute. Like, you gotta know it's a bug and you gotta execute it to a certain extent. So I don't think it's something that can happen too carelessly, but basically tank-evacs are back, guys. 1 max expand from Cure, just a little 1 gateway here from Max Packs. You know, there's a way to get... Well, we're not going to get the score up on this overlay because I forgot how. It's been so long since I've used Game Heart. We'll have the better overlay in the next game. But it's 0-0, first game. Dude, it's crazy looking. Some guy posted in Teams, because it works on a ladder. It works on any ladder. There was playing a team game, and their ally was being harassed by mutas, and he just ran over with like 4 medevacs, and they all had Widow Mines. And the medevacs didn't do anything except just boost over, and the Widow Mines all popped up on the mutas. It was pretty funny. And then I think there were some people showing off the siege tank ability. Like Pig had been testing the bugs. It's pretty funny. Alright, so a couple of Widow Mines to start things off here is making sure that Max Packs can't go for a lot of harassment. And then looks like that was probably just to check if the probe was coming. And then if it was, you know, you try to counter that micro. But there's no probe. Max Packs wasn't going to try and do that. He's trying to track what almost certainly was going to be a Widow Mine drop. You see Widow Mines is going to be a drop. And like I said, I don't think it's as easy as just floating your medevac around and getting the Widow Mines to activate. There's something about using the bug that I'm not sure about. I haven't personally done it. But yeah, I don't think Cure is going to show us it, at least not on purpose. A couple more gateways are being added on, so Max Pack still going with the 4-gate. Not much has changed as far as the overall build orders. Shocker. Shocking. This is my surprise face. So everything that we have here for Cure looks very normal, although he is getting a second Viking, so that's actually abnormal, especially because he's not facing a Stargate opener, which he doesn't know for sure, but you would figure out. There'd be something. So this tells me that he's going to actually try and go for a push, because the Viking can obviously land and actually do pretty damn well against a Protoss. But this Protoss has 4 gateways. There's Widow Mine drop, not going to have too much success, not surprising there. Did it scout the 3rd Nexus? It did not. It also only scouts 3. No, it scouts 4 gateways. Even if it was only 3, that's a pretty solid start to a defense for a Protoss player. Obviously, whether it's 3 or 4, there's a certain amount of execution that is needed. And that's what we're seeing here as Max Pax tracks the incoming army. And it's taking quite a bit of damage, honestly. Stalkers chase down the remnants of the Widow Mine drop. Kira does not have a 3rd CC. He's just ripping through some of these Stalkers. Oh, it's so tiny. It's old overlay. It feels so old. But so overall, I mean, Stalker retention definitely not bad. A single Zealot here hoping to tank a tank shot, and exactly does that. No shield battery is a bit of a bummer. More than a bummer. No shield battery, no Guardian shield, an Immortal that just had its shield popped. Not even taking damage. Max Packs, I mean, most importantly, he holds this, right? He does have a 3rd Nexus. Cure is pretty dedicated to this, but he's going to lose a lot of Stalkers. Coming on the backside a little bit later. A better late than never. This is going to be cleaned up as Cure is forced to retreat. His reinforcements, which are looking awfully small right now. Stim, combat shields, +1 all on the way, but really just started. And then Max Pax now can dump Chronos into his Nexi and saturate this 3rd base, which he was deliberately holding off on as he prepared the gateway defense. So he pumped everything into his gateways. He's really not being too shy about counterattacking either. Realizing so many Stalkers left over. One to tank the tank shot, and that might just do the trick. Unfortunately, this was not a great case for the Terran's side as far as their ability to play versus Protoss. I don't think it's actually indicative of Terran's struggle versus Protoss. It's just, this is one of those games where you look at it and you're like, oh, how did everything go right? So right for Max Pax. But you know, the fact that he went for a 4-gate and then also had a 3rd Nexus, yes, without probes, and that is definitely an important caveat, but, you know, that's the type of game I feel like you'd get people posting on Reddit and be like, oh, I can't believe that this Protoss player survived. I'm also bringing that up because there was a pretty... I don't know what to call it. There's a pretty short-sighted Reddit post by a frustrated Terran player. It's like, I killed 20 drones and the Zerg still won. And it's like, all right, where's the replay? At what point did you start banking 2,000 minerals? Minute 7? Okay, well, that's probably why you lost. Whoopsie daisy. Some of us joining the wrong game. They lobby linked at the same time. Not that I wouldn't mind seeing Denver, who is playing in the lower bracket. If you don't recognize Denver, French Zerg, never really made, I think, waves in the scene, to be fair. That's why you maybe not have heard of him, but definitely was a solid Zerg for years, and had a couple of moments where we were like, oh, is he going to be the next big European Zerg? But phased out of playing StarCraft. It's always weird to say retired when it comes to StarCraft or any esport player, but I guess you could say retired. Phased out of playing StarCraft 2 or 3 years ago, I want to say. So seeing him back's interesting. Proof that people do come back for the 8th worker start, the new patch. However, there's equal proof that people have left due to the patch, so Alright, now we're back on the better overlay. Top right for Psystorm is Max Pax. Bottom left it is Cure. Since I retired says become a StarCraft historian. I don't quite get the joke, but sure. You could say it became a part of StarCraft history, but it's not like all StarCraft players who retire go on to, you know, be a historian. I don't know about that one. Him playing Zerg might have something to do with his return. Yes. He hears about Zerg actually doing well. I mean, enough Zerg players are saying that the race feels better. And I said this before. If that's the case, then more power to him. We should look at buffing the other races rather than nerfing Zerg again if this is the actual way of things. But it's always hard to say. They'll say that it feels better. And is that because they're winning more? Is it because they have an easier time in the mid game, the early game, or the late game? Is it because they are allowed to do more aggressive openers and then still have some semblance of a fallback plan? Some of these questions could only really be answered by professionals, as in only professionals would be the ones that you really took to heart, you know? And some of the other ones, you know, if it's a general feeling, then it's probably correct. I'm so amused by the bugs, though. I mean, I wasn't gonna go in here looking to complain about the patch and the fact that I have to buy an extra 2 minutes. Ugh. Ugh, as we see here. But I will go into the today and just laugh at the medevac bug. I don't know. Just such a... It is a actually game-breaking bug. The type of bug that is going to see people leave. Because a lot of the casuals are going to be playing ladder and team games, and that's 100% where you're going to abuse it. Because even though I think actually in general, video games have a clause, like everything does, basically. It says you can't abuse bugs, right? I remember World of Warcraft did, and everyone ignored that when there was bugs to abuse. But like technically you get your account suspended, right? Yeah, the defense is always pretty easy, which is like, I didn't know it was a bug. People were doing it against me, so I saw how they did it, and then I did it to other people. I can't be blamed. Which is, you know, certainly there's definitely some cases where that is 100% true. The Adept does get taken out thanks to nice positioning here from Cure, who opened Marine Reactor. So have those extra Marines rather than a Reaper across the map, you know, not helping out to kind of pounce on the Adept. So that was just good gain knowledge, really. Which means also that Max Pax no longer has, well, a second Adept, but I was going to say. I was going to say High Ground Vision. That's not necessarily true. A second Adept was made. It could try and see what else is being built behind these Marines with the shade. But if Cure does it, you know, as you should, it really doesn't have to show what is being made. The tank, or the Cyclone in this case, first of all, doesn't have to go down on the low ground. Probably will, especially if he sees the Adept is still trying to shark around. Maybe he can catch it before it escapes. But there's also a chance he just leaves it in the main and then picks it up in a medevac. Currently rallied. Stalker's gonna come through, and with the Adept Shade on the high ground, you could say he could do some harassment, but not really. I mean, this is too many units. If that Max Pack doesn't want to play around, okay, alright. That seems a little dangerous. Case in point, Stalker does take half hull damage. The Adept does manage to get in, however, so that's actually quite nice. Didn't just get into the natural, actually got into the main. He's able to see that it was a 1-1-1 setup. Oh, not quite. I lied. Didn't actually see the starport. Didn't see the add-on, but there's a Cyclone out. So there's that. But really I'd love to see that it was a starport, and then if that starport had an add-on, it would really be the nice scout. You can go ahead and assume it's a 1-1-1 though. It's still, you know, it's kind of the most common thing. And that medevac will pick up the Cyclone and go across the map. MaxPax has 2 gateways, the third about to finish. Blink gonna finish here as well. He's pumping out a Warp Prism as he usually does. This is actually a little scary. Down 2 Adepts, Stalker injured, now killed. Another fresh one was killed, the injured one's still around. Another one gets warped in right in the face of everything, and this requires a little bit of finesse. MaxPax is in some serious trouble. Does take out that Cyclone, but the medevac's still up and running, healing these Marines. Not able to one-shot them with a lack of Stalkers. And the new ones getting warped in are getting instantly deleted. Uh-oh. It's one of those things where, you know, you have the units ready 2-3 seconds sooner, and it doesn't snowball nearly as much. But instead, they're a little late. The units, the Cure kind of did that risky maneuver in some cases where he did just speed right into the natural. That aggressiveness, that bravery from Cure finds MaxPax under-defended, kills 10 probes, 3 Stalkers. Again, those 2 Adepts earlier on. A Pylon went down, which did not depower the Robo, but nonetheless, had to be replaced. And now MaxPax desperately needing to get some counter damage done. Would have been a very different story if a 3rd Nexus was on the way. Then I think actually a Protoss player can absolutely recover from that damage, even if they don't get counter damage done. But that's not the case. 3rd Nexus is being planned, but a couple more probes, maybe almost 1 died. A lot of lost mining time as MaxPax trying to get as many minerals as possible to actually use all 3 gateways, you know? Actually can't do it. His attack was also delayed because he had to pump up the Immortal first. The Warp Prism was to come out first. Giving Kir plenty of time to set up some SimCity, a bunker as well. But in the high ground, despite the SimCity, the Warp Prism still gets on top of that tank with the Immortal. But the Immortal dies in turn. And that makes it not worth it. We are on the NA server. Not sure if we're West or Central right now. Central, okay. So this is, you know, a little better for MaxPax. Still not great for either one of them. You could blame some of that on the ping. But the Immortal was the only thing that was in range, I think. So he might have just thought that he could get away with actually not trading it. Oh, wow. Cure, not going to take a lot of damage in return. Has lost a decent number of Marines, but now with all 3 barracks up and running, can replace them pretty quickly. MaxPax is 3rd, only halfway done. Raven continuing to be a bother. Forced a shield battery in the main. Kira still having a 4-worker lead is obviously a very, very good sign. MaxPax supply blocked as well. We're still seeing that. All the supplies are a little off still thanks to the different worker start, and that's still, I think, tripping up pro gamers. That's still, I'm gonna blame that far more often. Maybe I should, because there's been other games where you know, Protoss will have a bad game like that, and then start to really, you know, drop all their limes. Can't hold them all. And that might have also been the situation. MaxPax is having a truly atrocious game, and that's why he tapped out when he did. More Raven harassment. His frontline units had just gotten jumped on by the Terran army. The Warp Prism might have gone down. That was just an ugly game that you're better off leaving. Nova Steve, thank you for the 44 months. You can't believe that ladder hasn't been disabled? Do you think they'll disable it because of the bugs? I think that's worse. No? I've never heard of the ladder being disabled. I think that's way worse than having the bug in. Like, I don't even think they disabled the ladder when the command centers could, what was it? What was the command center bug? That was actually really bad for, like, 3 days. The CC load bug? Load bunkers into the CC. Oh, that's right.
Emergency induction.
Ladder was disabled for how long? I really don't remember the ladder being disabled. Wash out. Bottom left, MaxPax. Top right, Cure. Was it really disabled, or did they actually, like, do maintenance that day? Which I know can be kind of the one and the same, but I would say is a pretty important caveat. One is saying, hey, we're definitely fixing it right now, and that's why we've shut things down. And the other is saying, well, it's unfair if someone gets more MMR, so we're just gonna shut it down, and we'll get back to you later. So I don't remember. I think we'd have to look it up. But yeah, I don't, I would say that they obviously would only disable it if they knew that they were going to fix it very soon. And they were able to actually promise that, which back in 2020 or whenever the hell it happened, they could. But I don't think they can actually make that promise nowadays. They have to... The intern has to contact a guy who doesn't even fucking work at Blizzard to actually know how the editor works, and then that guy has to actually go in and say, okay, is it as easy as saying, hey, don't do that, or is it, you know, a bunch of other kajiggers that I need to kajigger, and then that's gonna take a while. That guy, by the way, I'm talking about is Omni Skeptic, who I assume is the one who's now being told, like, hey, fix it, fix it, fix it. Because it was also his idea that kind of is causing this problem. Not that I'm saying this was, you know, all his fault and we all should hate him more. No. But it is the load that he actually absolutely pushed for. This was definitely 100% a fact, like he's talked about this. He pushed for the load all button. He defends it as a quality of life change rather than some type of balance change. And that is, I believe, what coordinates with the bugs we're currently experiencing. So... but he's also the guy that intern, you know, has help because he does know the editor. And apparently the people at Blizzard don't have someone who really knows the editor. I assume the intern must know something. But there's, you know, there's people who know something about the editor and there's people who have a lot of mastery over the editor. Let's remember to be able to disable the load all units button. That's true. Yeah, I mean, I think that would be the better solution if they can't... If they can only flip a switch. The programming equivalent, you know, but something that was really easy. If that's all they could ever promise, and that is exactly what could be done, relatively easy fix, and that should be what they do. But if it's going to take a while to figure out exactly what, you know, the commonality, whatever, then I don't think they need to disable ladder. I don't think it'd be a good idea to disable ladder. But that's not saying that, that's not saying, like, everything's fine. Like, obviously, this is gonna have huge repercussions. The more that people, especially who aren't Terran, the Zergs and the Protosses, but honestly, even, like, Terrans dealing with, you know, TVT, the more that they get that bug abuse, the more that they're willing to just say, I'm not gonna play StarCraft anymore. Still a double Reaper opening, going actually into 3 Reapers, 2 Hellions, so a very big mix-up here from Cure's openers, which... They already mix it up a little bit anyway. These tiny little differences do matter. And so the 3 Reapers, honestly, if they were all out already, actually would have been a real threat to the Sentry. 2, however, not so much. Shield battery was made at the front as well. If there's 2 Reapers, it is extremely possible that there are 3 Reapers and 2 Hellions. Even if there's 2 Reapers, 1 Hellion, it's better safe than sorry. In this case, yeah, those 2 Hellions could 2-shot without that shield battery's help. And then the Reapers are absolutely going to jump into the main, something that MaxPax is well aware of, which is why he hasn't panicked, F2'd all of his stalkers down to the low ground. I mean, I don't know shit about the editor or programming, so I'm going to assume that it's never super easy. There must be some amount of ease as far as when you turn things on, you know how to turn things off, is what I'm assuming. But that's also might not be true. Like, to me, it kind of is like, maybe that's equivalent to knowing where the light switch is, rather than trying to fix the bug itself, where you don't know where the light switch is. But I could be totally wrong. Yeah, and then you have to check if it breaks anything else, yeah. Even fixing the bug requires more bug testing. So far, solid handling from MaxPax. That force field also was really cool. I did notice that, but I was distracted. That was a well-timed force field. I don't know if he recharged the Sentry for that. He might have, because it has a lot. But that was really good. Wouldn't mind drop heading into the main base. Kira following up with tanks and a Raven. Really going for a lot of this early to mid-game pressure. You know, the first game, not so great. A lot of time for MaxPax to read into the build and defend, and he also had a 4-gate already being built, so that worked out quite well. Ooh! Alright, a little more damage than usual from the Widowmine drop. Yes, it was 3 Widowmines. But, you know, perfect defense would have been using a stalker to blink out of the shot, or 1 probe per Widowmine. 6 probes go down, 10 in total. Now that's a lot given over for Cure. So this isn't without repercussions on the Terran side. But keeping the Protoss down to a similar, almost identical number of workers as we continue along here. Again, no third Nexus building, waiting to finish, ready to triple chrono probes to skyrocket that probe count. That's pretty damn good. Cure's only worry now, and it's, you know, a very legitimate worry, is that he might get counterattacked. So he's got his tanks positioned again. He got double bunkers. Oh, Raven just barely able to see that observer. That's actually a really nice catch. If there was some hesitation, like, is he going to try and blink into the main? Does he have a Warp Prism? Is he going to try and really dedicate to this? Now the observer's gone. It just feels like they're not going to do that. If they were. MaxPax wasn't really set up for that. There was no Warp Prism build. There wasn't that many stalkers. He is getting a third Nexus. Stuff that we know. Hallucination sent out again, as MaxPax hasn't gotten, I guess, a recent update to the size of the Terran army. The third CC needs to be scouted as well, as well as the third barracks. So seeing a third CC, pretty important. 2 base SEV pulls, while not, I suppose, as common as they once were. definitely still happen. And Cure has been, as I was saying, kind of aggressive in the early to mid, you know? Not necessarily an all-in, even that first game. I wouldn't really call it an all-in, but pretty dedicated. Second game wasn't even really dedicated at all. It was just a really well-timed, aggressive opening. MaxPax has prioritized the Colossus here. The Robo Bay came down very quickly before the third Nexus, so first Colossus already out, second halfway done. Here doesn't really have an answer for that directly, just siege tanks, which aren't bad. 3 of them, too. Feels like it's been forever since we've seen someone bother to get Interference Matrix in this matchup. Which I feel like is actually a little weird, considering it's not that costly. Ah, well. Double Widowmine drop headed on out. You know, the nice thing about having a Raven, although it is being used offensively, is that you could check for an observer. Unfortunately, I actually thought that was going to die. The Raven is basically dead. I think we can agree on that. It's basically dead. Until MaxPax F2s these stalkers. That Raven ain't going anywhere. Double drop only unloads off to the left a little bit, looking to capture these stalkers. As they blink away, they blink unknowingly into the double drop. Excellent maneuvering here from Cure. Gets, what was it, 3 stalkers? 4 in total have died. There are Brood War bugs that have been banned from tournament play for 30 years. It is not the same. It is not equivalent whatsoever. First of all, banning something in tournament play is one thing. That obviously can be done. That's an easy fix for tournament organizers, so they wouldn't be deterred because of a bug. But as far as ladder goes, I don't believe there is a Brood War equivalent bug to what the Terran can do right now. Talk about more about that in a second, because we obviously have a very big moment here for Cure. Remember, he has a third CC. This is not all in. Those 2 Colossus looking incredibly vulnerable. Thought that might have been it. Fortunately, still doing all right, but this is just not a very big Protoss army, is it? Charge is done, but Zealots have not been built up. MaxPax, only recently really getting to a comfortable economy, at least has made sure Cure's third is not mining, forced Cure to look back instead of continue the attack, maybe continue to pounce on these Colossus, which still look kind of vulnerable. More probes, or more Zealots are ready, but maybe not enough. Probes are being pulled away. 4th base is done. Jesus. When did that happen? And MaxPax just replacing the 3rd with the 5th over at that half gold. Well, this is certainly a good thing, then. The fact that his 4th is already done means that he's still on 3-base mining. But he is supply blocked. His run-bys are not working out anymore. And he was dedicating a decent amount of his warp-ins to that, rather than trying to break the front, which I guess he just really could not have done. If he came in from multiple angles, you know. This is still potentially Kira's game, the win. He is up 50 supply. Almost all of that is in the army. Equal upgrades, actually very equal, as both of them are working on 2-1. For Colossus now, however, I mean, if you notice that they don't have any Vikings, Now, they might be stacking Vikings, but even then, he actually kind of scouted the reinforcements too, right? If they really don't have any Vikings and you already have 3 Colossus, I do think it's absolutely worth to go into 4th Colossus. You know, 3 is kind of the standard nowadays as far as what helps in the army, but if they're already getting up to 10 Vikings, yeah, you get a 4th, But I actually really like the 4th in this case. The Viking number is quickly rising, however, as Cure back to 3 base mining, SCVs went back to mining. They were produced again. He's got double starports with reactors. So, the Colossus end-all be-all of the army? Absolutely fucking not. And so we need to work on something bigger and better. First of all, get maxed. Second of all, Storm. Then all of the other fixins for a Protoss versus Terran game. So run-bys, Warp Prism threats. Obviously continuing to expand on the Protoss' side, which MaxPack can't really do. 4 bases is going to have to be what he's comfortable with. And fortunately, that is pretty good. Especially with the increased resources, he's still mining from his main base. Kier might also be hesitant to try and actually end the game. I mean, we've known there's been a 40 to 50 supply difference. Again, almost all in army. But it's always, you know, you think, okay, I don't quite have enough Vikings. Okay, what if I don't, maybe I need those EMPs, which he is going to need, but does not have. Over these Vikings already tearing down the Colossus. One goes down, second one certain to fall. Just nothing to stop the Vikings, honestly. The soccer numbers weren't particularly high. There's a fantastic storm right in the heart of the Marines, which are covered by the Marauders. Oh, this is about perfect. Zealots do manage to get into the main base thanks to a Warp Prism that's been taken down. 3rd CC also not going to be harassed, actually, because bunkers are available. MaxPack still on the ropes, barely holding on to 2 Colossus, trying to replace his 3rd. There are no ghosts. Storm is the way. Is Cure not paying attention? Oh, he just bathed in that. Oh, second storm also came down, just barely missing, killing the Marauders. I mean, those Marauders are in the red. It's one thing to kill all the Marines because they weren't paying attention, but if you also manage to kill, you know, all the Marauders, I mean, that's the army. That's it. As I said, MaxPack's barely holding on here, recharging a storm as soon as he possibly can. Ghosts are on the way. 2-1 finish for both parties. 1 ship weapons for Cure as well is going to help out. 5th base is coming down as well as a 6th, actually. MaxPack's rolling in the minerals. Has not added on the gases to kind of compensate for this storm urgency. I mean, he's really actually needed to get into storms. That has been the only weakness of Cure's army, is the lack of ghosts. So I just don't think there was that kind of build up to what he was actually going to depend on. And not enough gateways, probably. Well, he's up to 12 now, so that should be enough to start using those minerals. And it looks like Cure acknowledges he won't be able to break this Protoss, evacuates, loses another tank for it, down to just 1, which might just stay at home and defend. 4th base for Cure now coming down, turn into a planetary, it's fine, but that was, the last like 2 to 3 minutes has kind of been the time which Cure might have been able to kill MaxPax. Now it is time for MaxPax to get some Protoss revenge. We are now in the situation where the Protoss is on 6 bases, maxed out army. Not quite a bank, however. So running face first up a ramp into a Terran army, you know, is not going to be the best idea here. You start having 2,000, 3,000 bank, then you are looking for trades. But gotta be careful until then. Does find a far more vulnerable 4th base as the army was distracted by the harassment at the 3rd. SCV's going down, Bio going down, Planetary might go down as well. The SCVs, not enough of them to actually save it. Cure trying to take the best possible engagement, but Storm's got slapped down despite the EMPs being available, and Cure only comes out ahead slightly in the army supply. Unfortunately, I don't believe this is enough, especially with Zealots continuing to harass. MaxPax could lose a base at this point and still be okay. Where Cure just lost a very important 4th base, MaxPax could lose this one and just transfer over to his brand new 6th. That would be his 5th. Classic. I mean, a classic situation, I suppose, nowadays, where it's the Terran could potentially take the better fight, even if they don't have the better economy, and maybe they can rush across the map and win, but this was not, I think, a big enough gap. Yeah, that's more of like a 80 army supply gap, not the 30 or 40 that really we ended up with once the Terran actually started moving. And Zealot's just continuing to harass. They obviously killed the bunker a long time ago, so they've opened up more opportunities. Warp Prisms keep getting rebuilt despite the loss of the Colossus. That was the emphasis. It's paid off. And unfortunately, despite, because Cure, I think, really was in a powerful position. maybe, you know, waited a little too long. I mean, this is nitpicking. This is, as I said, difficult for the Terran to tell in the game. But there was probably a moment, maybe 30, 40 seconds before he actually pushed out, which I believe he was basically maxed. He had, I want to say, 8 Vikings. He didn't have ghosts. But if he had pushed at that point, I wonder if he would have won. Because it was kind of this weird, it felt like it was kind of a weird push timing where it did wait long, but not necessarily for really great things. Like if the push that had happened had come with EMPs, then that's obviously worth waiting for, but that wasn't the case. Yeah. Work here. GG's. Any Widowmine abuse going on? No. No. Professionals wouldn't do that. They're professionals. That means that Max Pax versus Beyond is on the way, so we're staying on NA. But yeah, talking about the Brood War bugs, as far as I know, I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure there's no Brood War bug that is the equivalent to the siege tanks on the Widowmines. Like, a Brood War bug that exists that no one polices on ladder is like a bug, actually, that I was researching in my StarCraft history thing. A player actually abused a return cargo bug to bypass a worker holding a ramp. And the opponent was, you know, he paused and he was like, hey, what the fuck? This shouldn't be possible. And the referee said, okay, we'll allow it now, like you're not going to get banned for that, but we're going to disallow this in the future. And then in like a game in the same tournament happened, Bisu actually got past a worker on the ramp. But it wasn't with that specific bug. He got past because the opponent had a worker building a barracks or something, and so the probe was able to just barely like attack command the building SCV, which shoved it past the ramp worker that was blocking it. But that wasn't bug abuse like the other one was, because the other one was like a return cargo bug abuse. Anyway, that obviously doesn't create a lot of waves when it comes to ladder. I mean, the amount of people playing Brood War ladder who are like, I lost because this SCV got in because he abused the return cargo. I mean, that's got to be super, super low. And even if it does happen, you'd kind of just be like, oh, I guess my worker was slightly off, or there's some other thing I don't really know about Brood War that exists. I mean, the tank of Axe and the Widowmine is just so obviously broken and actually 100% affects games. A stacking worker bug. I'm not quite sure what you mean by that. I'm also not sure what you mean by... Oh, actually, I think I do know what you mean by a flying drone. I'm not... I don't think that exists in the game anymore. Did that come off because of the remaster? But it sounds like you're just talking about mineral worker. I know what worker stacking is, like, but I'm just curious if there's a different meaning. You mean like the probes? They get to be, they ball up into basically it looks like one probe, and then they go across the map, and then they attack a SCV. Because they don't, when they attack, they don't unstack like they would in StarCraft 2. I don't think anyone really considers that a bug. That's the thing. This is always going to be a weird thing about particularly old games, but obviously with new games that happens as well. But particularly old games, a lot of things that could be argued are bugs or unintended ways of playing the game could absolutely be argued as being just a exploit, I suppose, which would be different. And then not necessarily, like, again, all of that game breaking. But yeah, tournament organizers could still ban it. Like, if a tournament organizer wanted to ban mineral walking, Not in StarCraft 2, I suppose, because they actually implemented that on purpose. But in Brood War, that wasn't the original intent of why they were able to mineral walk. They'd be like, oh, well, okay, you know, I think it adds something to the game, but all right, fair enough, whatever. So there's always something weird when it comes to calling something a bug versus taking advantage of the game engine. But I don't think there's any Brood War equivalent to what's going on with the Metapacks. If lurkers could be picked up in a drop overlord and still shoot from the drop overlord in Brood War, then we'd be talking. Thought the SC2 bug is you could pick up multiple siege tanks. Oh, no. I mean, even then, that's already pretty different. Like, that would, again, be... Maybe a Brood War equivalent would be the exact same, actually. Dropship could pick up sieged tanks. But no, it goes beyond that. I'm waiting for the lobby invite, so I don't know if I want to show it yet. But I'll show you the clips of the bug abuse. Someone made a short, I think, so we can go do that. All right. Lobby's loaded. The tank ones even seem especially useful in real games? What? Being able to load and unload a sieged tank does not sound especially useful? Are you serious? Yeah, you can't do that. That's not allowed. It was allowed. Tank attacks were a thing in the first year of Legacy of the Void. And it was extremely useful. But anyway, so I'll show you guys what this guy... Oh, it's Euthermal's short, okay. Yeah, so he's siege. So now you can, they look like tank evacs, I guess. But you can do 2 of them. Ah! Alright, so yeah, you can, that's even worse. That's even worse than tank evacs. Now you can do 2 tank evacs at a time. That's pretty fucking good. That is pretty fucking good. Oh my god, you can do as many as you want! Oh my god! That's okay. And then, so here's the Burrowed Widowmine. So... Okay, obviously that skip button didn't work. There you go. It shoots from the medevac. So, and they were pre-burrowed in the previous one, which is also pretty bad. But then there is this clip about the guy playing in team games. Ah, this is glorious. Look at this. Mass mutas. Here come the medevacs. They don't unload or anything. They just start shooting with mines. And that's the type of shit that now people on the ladder, especially team games, where like doing the most obnoxious shit in the world is already like the go-to, is bad. Is bad. We're not missing anything because it's the new patch. I'll get bets up. Here we go. Top right, it is Max Pax. Bottom left, it is Bjorn. Kira had trouble against Max Pax, but Bjorn did not have trouble against Clem's Protoss, so maybe Bjorn a little more dialed into what beats Protoss in this patch. We'll see. We'll see if that's true, or if Clem's just bad. Just kidding. Just make sure I didn't miss anything in chat. Each take up one slot in the medevac. That's what it is. Okay. Yeah, I was gonna say it didn't like load into the display, but yeah, it still makes sense. It's pretty broken. As I was saying, I do not believe there is a brutal equivalent to this. Yeah, it's bad. It's really bad. And actually, the longer that they do say nothing about it, like that the longer that there's no announcement, like, hey, we know this is a bug, we are working to fix it. I mean, obviously, the worse it's going to be for people actually playing this video game. Apparently, so first of all, there's already actually a lot of people who do not like the 8-worker start. This is just a fact at this point. This isn't some kind of like, no, those are the vocal minority. It sounds like the opposite. It sounds like the vocal minority were the people who did want the 8-worker patch, but whatever. It seems like in team games was especially annoying. People who play the least but hop back in regularly are generally those who play team games, I would say, right? Very low stakes if you want to play some StarCraft. So they're the exact type of people that I was thinking of who would come back and be like, what the fuck is this shit? Why do I gotta learn everything again? And then they do, but then they then match up against a Terran who abuses this bug. I mean, they're just not gonna come back. Oh, pro gamers, basically almost everyone who is knee-deep, more than knee-deep, everyone who has fully submerged into StarCraft, made their careers off of it, given up their youth for it, dedicate, all of their spare time to it as a very dedicated hobby, those types of people, basically all of them said they didn't want the 8 workers. And were just ignored. Which I think is actually kind of weird in hindsight. Because it's one thing to be like, hey, the specific pros, the ones who are still playing actively and like really want to win, they're always gonna bitch and moan about something. But when you get almost everyone to be like, nah, it's not that bad. It is bad, excuse me. Even the people who are often very tempered in their reaction, like a Hearthstone, I feel like it's gotta be a sign of something. Anyway, obviously there's a little bit of scuffling going on, but with the high grounds available for your natural, Bjorn's Marine opener does totally fine. Medevac drop now heading across the map, so Max Pax needs to respond to that. He's gone to just a 2 gateway this time around, so changing things up compared to his game versus Cure. It's not that Bjorn is any less likely to go for some early harassment, though. Not the Widowmine drop, which actually gets way more than it was supposed to. 5 probes lost. Whoops-a-daisies. And the Medevac and a second Widowmine lives. For now. Okay, yeah, it'll live. Yeah, that was way more than was supposed to happen. You think it'd be something to test for StarCraft 3? If StarCraft 3 just changes how many workers start, I'd be severely disappointed, so God, I hope not. Medevac, by the way, does get destroyed, so that was a little jump in the gun, perhaps, for Bjorn. Thought maybe Max Pax would immediately get aggressive again. Thought there was an opening. There was not. Regardless, it helps even things out that the Medevac actually died, but still, you weren't supposed to lose 5 probes. He was not. Max Pax gives a little shake of his head at that one. Yeah, it would also make no sense for them to test something for StarCraft 3 years, plural, before they would do a StarCraft 3. Let's say that this is actually some type of possibility, as we watch 4 Stalkers actually do way more than they should as well. This is perfect timing for Max Pax, just as Bjorn moved out with the army before the reinforcements popped out of the barracks. 8 workers go down. Max Pax should know there's an army on his way, and it's seems like a pretty solid defense to start. Shield battery obviously not going to happen, but the fact that he killed a handful of Marines, still has his Stalkers up. Sentry could be recharged. Immortal is out. I think maybe the Stalkers were recalled. Only one of them died. Yeah, it means that Bjorn's push really isn't going to have a lot of potential. But yeah, it's got to be years, because they're going to release a StarCraft shooter, and why would they overlap, you know, AAA release game? Like, Blizzard doesn't do that. But what about the time they released an expansion for both? Or whatever, shut up. Yeah, that'd be absurd. That would be an absurd test. The shooter is all but confirmed. It's a terrible secret. Everyone knows it. Are you talking about Omni? Because everyone knows who Omni Skeptic is at this point. It does feel useless to be like, there's this guy. Or there could be some other guy. So both players have made mistakes / gotten some very good timings. Overall, we see that favors MaxPax right now, as he is up 15 workers. Yeah, the supply on the army's not looking so hot, but that is going to quickly change now that MaxPax is saturated. Everything goes into the army. Boop, there you go. Whoop, right up there. +1 is already done for the Terrans, so there's a little bit of a timing here, but no. I don't know. Whoops, 2 Stalkers immediately go down, trying to check behind the brush, so that helps. Actually, this does look a lot scarier. MaxPax just segmented off a handful of units to go for a run-by or catch reinforcements, so they weren't back here helping out. Shield battery going to be depleted and killed. Charge lots were warped in, but we're still waiting on that ground attack. Here come those Zealots that are off to the side. They do get on top of the tanks. Pop the Widow Mines, kill one. All but one tank. Uh-oh, uh-oh, uh-oh. Colossus comes out, but not much protection right here. Marauder is still fairly healthy. Medivac still barely healing. Colossus pulled back to the high ground. Not going to be enough as the Zealots get warped in. I don't think they're going to actually get the last shots. 2 Marauders go down, but the rest are still being healed up. The remnants of the Medivac energy as the Nexus falls. Bjorn's attack still works. GG's. As soon as you say to someone in the editor, as soon as you say, like, especially, like, you basically described him anyway, too. Like, you know, you could be like, there's a guy who does things, and then theoretically that could be anyone. But as soon as you're like, there's a guy that's actually, like, knows what the editor is and does stuff for the editor and helps Blizzard, everyone knows that's Omni Skeptic at this point. I am not ready. Do not make me play Bjorn. Okay, good. The issue shooter is all but confirmed. I was just gifted a subscription to Take TV. Okie dokie then. Top right of Lockdown, it is MaxPax. Bottom left, Bjorn up 1. Continuing his streak against Protoss players. He played against Clem's Protoss earlier. It's a little too much firepower with the attack on the 3rd. MaxPax's timing didn't quite work out as far as the Zealots getting segmented off. They did the pincer attack from them, I think, was pretty well timed, but I don't think that was the way he envisioned the battle going exactly. And it was going to be a tough battle to win, no matter what. No matter if MaxPax could do a little bit there, a little bit here. I think that was always going to be a tough army to beat. Now, that was after Bjorn took some significant damage to a 4-stalker hit squad. Terran overpowered? No. Beyond overpowered. It is nice to see Beyond doing well. Particularly because I feel like his TVP months ago wasn't that encouraging. It was always a little sad, you know? Like it would look promising for the first 2 bases, and then it would fall off a cliff. What does this say? Infirmary? If you say so. Nothing about it screams infirmary, but fair enough. I was watching a news broadcast segment. There we go, a news segment about StarCraft from CNN, and this is 20 years old. But they made sure to try and describe what StarCraft was as a game. So they were like, these races are all fighting for the last resources in the galaxy. And I thought about it, and I was like, well, no. That's not what they're doing. But then also, there really is no explanation as to why the minerals exist where they do, when they do. As far as I can remember. It's just minerals and gas exist and come in clumps. So that's where they build their bases to then try and control space in outer space. But yeah, there's actually no resource scarcity in the galaxy that they ever talk about. And if there was, it'd be really, you know, well, it would be very realistic if people fought over the last resources with the resource. Because that's actually absolutely what people would do, but it's always, it would be funny if that were the case. 111 set up here for Byan, who opened up with Marines. Who needs Reapers, especially since they're, what, 3 seconds? 2 seconds slower than they were? I'd not say a wizard did it. See, that's a very legitimate plan if you're talking about Warcraft. It's got to be a little more science-y if you're talking about StarCraft, though. Aliens did it. Yep, there you go. Aliens did it. 2 more gateways are on the way, so 3 gates in total for Max Pax. He does often get a War Prism with this. Cyclone's out. Big bully Cyclone. It was maybe not what Max Pax was necessarily expecting, or he just kind of forgot the timing of it. Ooh, barely gonna save that Stalker, but significantly injured. It's not the same build that that Cure did, I believe, on this map, wasn't it? Where his medevac flew across the map and then took advantage of the slightly subpar defense of Max Pax. But if it was, that weak Stalker could be an issue. It is a 1-1-1, but we're actually getting into Banshees, which is a significant difference and one that Max Pax really needs to see. No Sentry for hallucinations this time. Observer still not being made as he prioritizes the Warp Prism. These Banshees are going to cause an issue. Somehow we discover aliens who are equally as dumb. That's what I expect whenever we meet aliens. I strongly believe aliens exist. I mean, maybe I don't believe we'll ever meet them. Certainly not in my lifetime. But anyway, whenever humanity finds out about aliens, I figure they're also going to be equally as stupid. The universe is too big, man. This little Warp Prism harassment ain't going to do much. The Banshee also did not do much. Oh my god, that timing was perfect. So that was slightly before the Warp Prism saw the starport. Max Pax just saying, well, what if there is a Banshee? Had the Observer, seems like, rallied to the main. Stalker's ready to go. Certainly something airborne would have to come out of the starport that was almost certainly what Byun was going for, 1-1-1. So good covering of all the bases going on for MaxPax, who didn't actually 100% know that this was the case. There could have been a second barracks, for all he knew, until that War Prism came in. So Banshee, absolutely zero problem, but same with the War Prism. Definitely a bigger loss for Byun, because he actually loses the Banshee. Second Banshee could do a pop-up surprise. You know, no one expects the 15-minute Banshee. This music in the background kind of reminds me of, Frostpunk, actually. I feel like I'm hearing so many new songs of StarCraft. It's like, this isn't the soundtrack? Huh? Which is one of the best things about the patch, actually. There's Fear Dragon. He comes in and he's like, say one good thing about the patch and one bad thing about 12 Workers. Right? Well, the good thing about the patch is new songs. I also haven't gotten the song bug that seems to occur more often maybe on the Korean server, where it just doesn't play music. StarCraft basically copied 40k. Man, I always hear this, and I don't really do a lot of Warhammer, so I can't really say anything against it. I just know that, one, they basically all are just fucking sci-fi bullshit. Like, to me, there's the similarities between StarCraft and Warhammer that I can see when I look at it, because obviously I'm not into it, just doesn't seem that big. And the whole, you know, literally the rumor that StarCraft was built as a Warhammer game initially is completely false. Just the fact that there are guys in suits who attack aliens in a future is just like, why do we keep comparing these things? We're not comparing, obviously you can compare them, but why do we keep saying things like, you know, it's exactly like Warhammer, or it's basically Warhammer? I don't know. It's basically Starship Troopers, and same with Warhammer. There's another big attack here from Byun on 2 bases, but third is actually being lifted over. Zealot on the backside once again, and the right side. Hoping to catch the bio a little bit more, but Colossus gets targeted down. Sentry's providing some nice Guardian shield, but we've lost some of our bigger, badder units. The Immortal also looking to fall, just barely doesn't. Banshee doesn't target fire it either. MaxPax does hold, but as I said, he lost a lot of units. The Colossus went down, the War Prism fell, 22 Zealots. It is 3-base saturated with the 4th now on the way, but I'm a little concerned about the army supplies. Well, the army types. There we go, the army types. Another Colossus is here, however, and I'm feeling a lot more confident with that. Widowmine's going to pop off and deplete the Zealots. Another round shortly to come. Byun hoping to maneuver in a way that forces MaxPax to take an unideal fight, threatens the 4th base, but then pulls the army out of a safe position, and is going to actually kill the Nexus. No cancel. That's painful. MaxPax's Zealots did get some worker damage done. 8 SCDs went down, and they can come back for more later, as Byun forced to entirely retreat and lose the Medivacs. And lose the 2 that had the energy? Barely not the second one. But there's a lot of crossover. In what? Like, as far as I know, the Terran races are completely different. Other than, again, like, Spaceman in suit. Dark Shrine is actually on the way before the 4th Nexus is replaced. MaxPax feels the pendulum swing in his favor despite losing that base. Sees an opportunity to attack into Byun and wants to really push the issue. I mean, this actually might win the game. 2 Colossus still alive. Plenty of Protoss beyond that, and it does win the game. Byun unable to hold. MaxPax will even up the score. Come on now, ZG. Come on now, what? As I said, I don't know anything about Warhammer. The little that I know is the brief description of the human race. . Now the Tyranids, as far as I'm looking, they're completely different styles. Yeah, like, as far as there is a human race, there is a bug-based race, and there is a stereotypical alien-based race. Like, of course, I could give you, but they're very, very different. I'm Googling and looking at images right now, and they're incredibly different. So this, like, the cursory Google image search has just reinforced my idea, actually, that people way overblow this whole... It's just Warhammer with some slight changes, which is really what people argue. That inevitably, you know, folds into which one's a better universe, but I don't really care about that one. Top left, Max Packs. Bottom right, Beyond. We got ourselves a game 3 in the upper bracket. Both of them getting some really powerful pushes. That's so much back and forth. There will be... Whoever wins this will be waiting in the finals up against either Clem, Kier, or Björn. Or Max Packs, whoever loses this. Just played my hand. Tyranids look nothing like Zerg. Lol. I will show the stream what I Googled. And I will agree that they look very little like Zerg. This is what I see here. None of this screams Zerg to me at all. It screams xenomorphs, aliens, like the movie Aliens. But I'm not seeing the Zerg similarity, legitimately. Other than they are bug-like. So the universe is intentionally made to be unserious, cheesy, like Red Alert? Are you sure? I've never heard that, and it definitely doesn't feel that way. I would love a source if that's the case, not just because I'm calling you out, but so I can include more of these things in the history. The SCV saying they're there. Oh, there's comedy. There's lightheartedness that Blizzard imbues into every one of its games. That I agree with, sure. But I would not compare it to Red Alert. The ambient infestation stuff in Dawn of War 2? When did Dawn of War 2 come out? In 2009? Well, this is far beyond. So this is them taking inspiration from StarCraft then. Quick Google search for that one didn't pop up a image, but I don't doubt it. Yeah. Ooh, a triple command center build coming out for Björn. His first push will really pack a punch unless Max Pax actually gets some damage done, which is possible. Max Pax typically likes to go for some amount of aggression, at least 3 gateways with a Warp Prism. But in game 1, he did go for the 2 gateway play. If he does that, then he's going to be dead in the water, but you'll probably see it as a missed opportunity. I've yet to see the level of humor in Tim Curry. Yeah. I mean, there's just... I don't think there's as much like overplaying like kind of the Cold War aspect, you know, the Soviets and the Americans. There's obviously no like live action terrible actors except Tim Curry. Well, all of them were obviously told to ham it up. There's definitely humor. I mean, you know, the country bumpkins being like, "I love you, Sarge." But I still wouldn't compare it to Command and Conquer. Well, now that we've smashed certain theories, slammed, there we go. Now that we slammed, that's my YouTube title. StarCraft streamer slams Warhammer fans or some shit. The game is about to start, basically. He did wait for 3cc, so this would have always been delayed a little extra, but even more. 4 gateways are on the way, so that's the real kicker here. That's the real rub. Can the 4 gate kill Bjorn or deal significant damage? And I assume it's basically the same as it was on 12 workers, because almost everything is. But you basically have 1 or 2 shots with the 4 gate to overpower the amount of bio that is being built. And if you don't do it, then you just don't do it. MaxPax does not know it is a 3cc. His last scout would have been in the main, would have... That wasn't the time at which a lack of natural second gas would have actually told him. That would have been way early, I believe, anyway, unless I missed something. Hallucination. Now he knows. Fortunately, well, this is a 4 gate. It is also with the 3rd Nexus. I mean, maybe just with the... This was something he did in the previous series, too. I don't know if maybe the 8 workers with the increased resources did change how much, at least MaxPax feels it's worth staying on 2 bases with a 4 gate. But, yeah, without more firepower here, he's not going to take out the Terran, who is steadily building up to the push. Starport is being built now, 2 extra barracks. Bunker's going to go down. This is going to cause some issues now that Bjorn has to potentially stim to react. And there you go. Stims on top of the stalkers to send them scurrying away. But every time he stims without medivacs, it's pain, pain, pain. War Prism almost goes down. Not quite. Another stim is going to be used. Really wants to chase this far, far away. When he retreats, that could be a little scary, though. Yeah, MaxPax waiting for him to retreat. Wants to be able to jump on some of these very injured units. Still can't. You can't blink aggressively toward them, though, because 1 more stim would still kill your stalkers for sure. Ended up being pretty worth it for Bjorn, who's got medivacs now on the way. +1 almost on. Marauder slogan and research pretty damn quickly. A little high ground advantage attempts denied by the Observer. But the medivacs are almost out. And MaxPax is only ahead by 5 workers. He's only going to be... That's really going to be it, actually, because he's already 3 base saturated. I don't know if he'll really be able to get a 4th base soon, knowing that a bio army is about to come his way. He's trying to keep tabs on it, make sure it never crosses the map without some significant damage being taken. Nice snipe on a Marauder there. I think he's going to need some more firepower. 4 gateways, Immortal, and he started on his upgrades, which are going to be behind that of the Terran. Beyond having to worry about a big Stalker Ball harassing him, as well as a War Prism. Might not be too eager. And the longer that he goes without actually being able to slap his 3rd base, I mean, we're talking less about him being able to push across the map and more about him just being able to get his 3rd. The more that MaxPax is doing enough damage, really, like kind of almost indirectly to the 3rd CC build, to feel comfortable. But here we go, finally pushing out, getting a couple stalkers. AI worked against him. And now 3rd CC, well, it'll immediately be harassed. I mean, Terran army goes out, War Prism goes in, he can't explain it. Beyond knows that that's going to be the case, has a little bulk of units ready to go. And MaxPax is trying to build up to a better army with Colossus. First one will definitely be out for the first push. It's just that Beyond, I mean, if he was still denied his 3rd CC, I'd really be worried for him, but clearly that's online. Saturated, working, and he should hold on to a pretty significant army lead until he's maxed. So even if he can't push across the map with pure bio, the fact that he's still going to have better... Oh god, oh my god, oh my god, what was that? Oh, MaxPax thought he could be a little bit of a bully, do a little 1-2 punch with the Warp Prism and the Zealots and a little frontal attack and just overstayed his welcome, lost a bunch of Stalkers, an Immortal as well, and I was trying to say that, if Bjorn did wait, let's say he waited for a certain supply, or he waited for a second upgrade, or he waited for Vikings, he'd probably still be pretty significantly in elite army supply-wise, but that was definitely a green light to go, go, go. 14 ACVs do die back at home. MaxPax needs to hold on to his Nexus, which he will not. Lift off into the main base. Medivacs are out of juice, so maybe we don't want to overstay our welcome. Yeah. Bjorn is going to have to replace some of those SCVs that were died, but are already saturated back up here. Second starport on the way. Not quite starting the upgrades, which he almost certainly would have been able to do if he did not get all of those workers killed. 5 Medivacs before going into nothing but Vikings. They've been used so much. If he continues being aggressive, could leave him without healing. A 2-2 down starts. Ghost Academy as well. Zealot's continuing to be denied. MaxPax, if he had a 4th base, I don't think would cry too much over the Zealot losses. But his 4th base was killed, so these run-bys that are really failures, and the Warp Prism died too, so that's no longer an option. I mean, that's 500, 600 minerals a pop. This will absolutely add up. It already has. That's a 20 army supply lead for Bjorn with an upgrade lead as well. Scan ahead still reveals a lack of 4th base, and maybe that'll encourage Bjorn not to run into this army, which is pretty ready. It's definitely all collected together. 3 Colossus. It's a pretty high number, too, when you don't have about, what, 8 Vikings? We're at 2. That's not enough. Also an injured army as the Medivacs are strained. You need that caduceus reactor. Or we just need to take a chill pill. But MaxPax, he was basically... He's obviously not the first Protoss to know that Medivacs are... Killing Medivacs is good. And draining Medivac energy is good. But I really feel like it was him that really showcased just how powerful that could be. I mean, it was 5 years ago at this point, but yeah. It just felt like where other Protoss players were really kind of just butting heads as soon as they had a certain supply, or they were, if not like a one Death Ball army type of butting heads, they were doing maybe like a Hero-esque, or Zest actually back in the day, wave after wave of units. They were still mostly just engaging and then saying, well, okay, next round. I feel like it was MaxPax who was really on point about just, like, pricking the Terran. Saying, like, hey, sim after me, just kidding. Hey, sim after me, just kidding. Hey, Warp Prism main, sim after that, just kidding. And then the army would unknowingly be completely injured for the actual fight. MaxPax is still pretty good at that. Despite missile turrets being up and running, Warp Prism still gets in, forcing a reaction. Bjorn has plenty of units to roam around here and help out, but it's more about that distraction aspect. Vikings forced to go into the main as MaxPax looks to head into the third. A couple of command centers could be easily canceled. There you go. Little Sim City still helps. I mean, that's a bold remake. Okay. What is that? Zealot's still going for harassment now on the 4th base. Bjorn clearly wanted to start adding on orbitals, but MaxPax is ready to tango. Got a Disruptor as well. Not quite equal upgrades with an armor only just now finishing. Vikings doing their job, destroying the Colossus. Both of them is the goal. And they will instead leave 2 alive. And the Disruptor is going to buy that time. Very much necessary for the Colossus to run back and get healed up again. That's too bad. Bjorn could have easily killed that weak one, but he wanted both. At the same time this was happening, so Bjorn pushed that Protoss army away. Obviously very good news. He gets his 4th base up, and then that audacious command center rebuild is actually on its way. It's going to finish. He's still going to have an upgrade lead. 2-2 to 2-1. But MaxPax has been allowed to grow a little more. He was kind of stunted with the 4th base kill, but the 4th was done. 5th gets built. 6th now on the way. Getting up to 14 gateways. Double robo already built. Interesting fusion core placement. That is a fuck ton of zealots. What the hell? That is actually most of the army. Okay. He does separate the zealots, so decides maybe not to go for it, with the bio actually ready and waiting. We're also up to 10 medevacs, by the way. And not a whole lot of Vikings, which beyond now supply capped. Can't actually make too many more. So he's maybe going to be a little worried about the balance of medevac Viking here, with 3 Colossus up and running, but if he gets a good concave, I'm not sure it'll matter too much. Obviously more so on the Disruptors. 5 of them available. Will they get the shots? Will they provide cover for a retreat? Again, looking to get his 5th up. I was going to say, this is where you're going to need some Dark Templars with Blink to start tearing these ones down. And Beyond should be thinking about Liberators, too, at some point. Trying to come in with a big old surround. Does catch the vulnerable units on the backside. Colossus and Disruptors trying to escape. Disruptors get a couple of shots. Mostly just providing somewhat of an escape for the rest of the army, as the Zealots did decimate the workers on the 5th. Beyond still at a comfortable 63 overall. Yeah, I was going to say, we'll probably want to replace some of them, but it's that time. It's Terran time. Do we stop remaking the SCVs as we slap down mules? Yeah, we might. Beyond sees an opportunity for another pincer maneuver. MaxPack sees it coming, tries to stop it with a couple of shots at the Disruptors, but nice snipe. Nice move away from them. That's all it takes. And MaxPax without Disruptors is down to a very poorly upgraded Gateway army. And now he really is without Disruptors. Only 1 left over. Beyond Stimmin to win here has a 50 army supply lead. 3-3 versus now 3-2. MaxPax not able to rebuild enough. He isn't that rich. He was about to get to a really, really rich point because he was going up to this base and this base, but he might have just lost way too much. Disruptor's not actually hitting the bio army. Zealots are plentiful at this point, getting a bit of a surround too, forcing a pickup as MaxPax tries to make a last stand. But he did lose another Nexus. I think he could be okay with that if he stops losing army as well. But that's kind of the problem, is that he's losing everything. He's losing his economy and his army and his technology. He cannot build up a strong enough force, but these Stalkers warping in are about to collect a lot of medevacs, or are they? Marauders unload, and it looked like the Marauders are just too damn good. The Stalker warp-ins get deleted, and Beyond gets away with almost all of his medevacs. Oh, I thought that was going to be the turning point. If only warp-ins were even faster. Just kidding, don't make them faster, please. Scan reveals that MaxPax, yes, has been expanding. So that kill on the Nexus isn't quite going to cut it. The fact that MaxPax also lost a significant amount of army. Oh, boy. 9,000 in the hole here. It's still a very good sign for Beyond, but MaxPax is not quite dead. Going for some Zealot run-by. It's kind of worth it, even with the Liberator siege up on this orbital. Trying to take another engagement. I don't know about this one for MaxPax, actually. Already very low on Disruptor shots. Liberator's going to provide another dimension to Beyond's attacks. Ghosts? I feel like we have been involved, but not too much. Thank you. Let's check that out in a second.
Appreciate the commentary as always.
Hey, because Beyond might be winning here. Liberator's in a very good position. Nice concave with the bio. Still ahead on those upgrades. Liberator's just getting so many shots off as reinforcements arrive, and MaxPax is forced to tap out. GG's.
Appreciate the commentary as always.
If I swept scenes too fast, the stream alerts gets very confused. What the hell is that link? Mr. Chaz, thank you for the 10 buccarinos. Appreciate the commentary as always. Jan wouldn't abuse the bugs. He's more honorable than that. That's interesting. Clem Cure, I guess, was told to hold. Or they took the opportunity to take a break. Usually that one plays out. I don't think that link would have worked anyway, but... Yeah, the bracket link, that's correct. This is the best one, actually. Top right, we have Clem, who is playing Terran. Intentional, no remake. Bottom left, it is Cure. I mean, Clem did play a TVT. Well, it was random, actually. That's what he was doing, right? It was random. He was playing random a couple weeks ago. This was, I believe, purposefully Terran. Still willing to give the matchup a shot. It's not that he's absolutely terrible in it either. I mean, he must be worse since he doesn't play it as often nowadays, but... What kind of happened was that Clem was actually getting really amazing at TVT 4 years ago. Like, really amazing. After it was his weakest matchup. And then he didn't really get to show it in the tournament that I think he... Was it 2024 EWC? It might have been. He didn't really get to show it. He didn't face many Terrans, but up until that point, his TVT was absolutely being worked on and was really, really good. And then I feel like maybe sometime around that, I don't remember, but the Cyclone patch happened. The thing that fixed the Cyclones. And it felt like Clem's desire to play TVT truly deflated at that point. Like, it was already not super high, because I don't think anyone really likes playing TVT, but that's when it just was like, I don't want to learn how to do this. And since then, it's been mostly Protoss versus Terran, but every once in a while, he brings out the TVT again. I mean, just for the sake of variety. Playing TVT can be good, and then if he doesn't like the Protoss changes, if he thinks it's a little clunkier to play Protoss, that could be a thing. That's a thing with other Protosses for sure. Although builds are now out, and pros have streamlined builds again, and it seems like people generally agree you don't stay on gateways. It's still kind of annoying. This should be a best of one because it is just the loser bracket semifinal. Winner of this is going to face Max Pax. So either way, we get a TVP. You know what's funny? I am a little surprised that Clem knows the TVT build in the new 8-worker start. Shows that he's at least played some other TVTs. To not accidentally get to the factory a little late or the supply depot a little early or whatever. Actually, yeah, I mean, there's a little bit. But it's build orders have actually just gotten clunkier with the 8 workers. A very small aspect for most people, but they don't feel as good. Anyways, Clem Factory expands. Cure 1 Rex expands. Clem is going to need to deal about 2 to 3 SCVs worth of damage or delay the command center. Oh, can't do the ladder, obviously. some really quick bets on this. There's a chance that this could go very long. But that's the beauty of TVT. It can be short, it can be medium, it could be long. Who knows? You know what it would actually be kind of fun? Is if the bugs of the medevac were allowed in TVT, because they both could do it. I pretty much can guarantee no pro gamer would want that to be the case. This is purely for spectator enjoyment. But I would like to see both of them be told they can abuse it and then try to abuse it as much as possible. It would just probably turn into tank-evacs, which I have experience casting. But instead of having to have 8 medevacs for 8 tanks, you just have to have 1. And you don't know if that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 tank-evacs about to unload in your main base. I think it'd be funny. Clem did not get those 2 or 3 SCVs like I was talking about, so he's about 2 SCVs behind. But this follow-up could get some damage. Cyclone ready for both parties. Cure actually kind of trying to predict this to an extent. Was so close to seeing the medevac. Got distracted by the Reapers, so now the medevac might get a couple SCVs. Flying. Instead of flying your own tank-evacs, you just start flying your own Widow Mines. That's actually such a better idea. When tank-evacs legitimately existed, the Cyclone gets a lock-on but can't kill the Raven. Basically what happened was whoever... I mean, it was a very small thing. It wasn't who sieged last, actually who unloaded last, I should say. It was unloading right after the first person to unload had a tank volley happen, basically. So if they volley and then you drop your tanks onto their tanks, your volley is faster, you would win. So, but you wouldn't have to do that, I guess, with the bugs. Yeah, you just fly around with Widow Mines and try and catch their medevacs with your medevacs. That actually would be so funny. It would only get hysterical as, we get into the mid-game when you actually have 4 or 5 medevacs, but it'd still be funny. Gonna get to 3 Ravens for Clem. Both of them did invest into Interference Matrix, as you would in TVT. And we got some Viking dedication to Cure. He is reactoring them out, so he's going to be able to take some of that space. Probably be the aggressor very initially, but then we'll see if he... you can take space initially, but then as they grow their bio, kind of be careful about depending on that's... What's what I'm looking for? That vision superiority. But, yeah, you usually do a little bit of a push. I guess Kira doesn't actually know at all what Clem is doing. Clem has at least some knowledge, although not a ton. Did not see the 3rd CC. Because there wasn't one. There we go. It's building right here. So Clem's 3rd CC is faster, scanned as well. That scan also reveals the reactor on the starport for Clem, so ditto. However, the timing of which it didn't quite reveal that there's actually a 3rd Raven. So for all Cure knows, there's an equal number of Vikings. Not quite the case. There's another 2 pop out for our blue Terran. Stim starts at roughly the same time. Really basically the same builds. Since no one purely dedicated to... Well, they're both dedicating to Vikings, but I should say that Clem did not use that reactor on a barracks instead. That would be the biggest difference, aside from the 3rd Raven, which can be big. Makes sense that both of them would be apprehensive of taking a fight. They have such similar armies. Medevac in the main decides to lift and leave, but I'm wondering why. He could take out the Viking in turn. Maybe he thought the tank was going to pop out a little faster, and it is popped out now. Clem has bigger worries. He needs to make sure that he does not allow his natural to be sieged up. That's a little problematic. That's a little problematic. Also, the SCVs, I don't know if they're running from something initially. Now they're being pulled into this. Clem tries to go for the just collapse. Interference Matrix were good, but this was really sloppy, I gotta say. I suppose on both sides. It was not the cleanest TVT fight you'll ever see from either player. As the Vikings go into the main is really the last few units that are mobile, I guess you could, sure. Tanks now following. Kira was able to kill quite a lot of SCVs, but Clem actually had a bigger count to begin with, so still not that bad in the economy. Upgrades way ahead for Clem, actually. That could be big, as long as Clem remembers combat shields. Finally, this drop will be cleaned up, and there was nothing else able to fly across the map. Medevacs were not in production. I think we just continued making Vikings. Yeah, we did. So Clem cleans that up. Yeah, that was a TVT battle is what it was. Both of them lose all of their Ravens, have their Viking count basically reset. Clem's going to come out ahead in the tank count, however, which is pretty damn important. Kier obviously did eventually lose all of his tanks, despite the kind of auto turrets doing quite a good job providing some cover for them. And now we've gone into the Marine stage. Clem is still going to have faster upgrades, but a little bit of a late armory thanks to all the kerfuffle. And he did remember combat shields, so we're good on that part. He's going to eventually discover he has a pretty significant lead in the upgrades. Not quite yet. Kier manages to come out ahead on the workers, but like I said, not by that much. Despite killing 20 SCVs. Kira's still the one to move out first. I guess the next thing we're looking for is who goes for 8 racks and who goes for 3 starport. Classic TVT. Kira's armory is well timed, but his armor is not. Clem is looking to be on point with his own upgrades. Yep. So Kira, no doubt, clicking on the Marines when he sees them, sees he's going to have an upgrade deficit. I'll reach that little bit of a stalemate. Why do they stop making Ravens? You really don't want to make Ravens past a certain point. Even if you're playing mech, for instance, they're too expensive, and they don't build very fast because they have to have a tech lab on them. And they're not going to be very good the longer the game goes and the more units your opponent has. They're very good when it's low unit, and then they fall off because it's hard to keep them alive. They're not worth the time spent, so on and so forth. And then if we do get to a late game, which we are approaching, they could become good again. It is a strategy to go into late game Ravens, but not the most popular one. Not like very, very, very late game maybe. Usually you see people go into Viking, tank, and then if it's beyond, he just continues throwing wave after wave of Marines. Fourth base is coming up for both players. They both continue to try and get to max. I mean, we're basically, it's such a stalemate, although, oh, I thought that was a medevacs, never mind. Yeah, it's such a stalemate. It is 2 medevacs about to fly into the main, but I thought it was like 4 medevacs, which would have been a little spicier. 2 medevacs, that will be dealt with reinforcements. And a tank, 3 tanks actually. Wow, perfectly timed reinforcements. Kira has obviously gotten ahead in the workers. He did just have more since he killed 20 and has stayed producing them, I think, a little bit faster because his expansions have also come down a little bit faster, so he wants to make those workers when he did. And that has given him a bit of a mineral boost as the third base is in trouble. The natural is as well. Clem being attacked on multiple fronts. Gonna deal with the natural almost no problem. It's the third now that is taking a lot of damage. Medevac could have lifted and left, but dead now. This is relatively minor damage in the grand scheme of things, of course. Yeah. Pretty minor. Most importantly, Clem keeps his 4 bases alive, he keeps his army alive, and he stays on track with the upgrades. 3-3 starts up almost immediately after 2-2. And Cure, well, could be an upgrade disadvantage, 13 seconds, but oh, the tanks each up way faster for Cure. I don't know about this for Clem. They might have had an upgrade lead, but this is, well, again, pretty wonky, actually. Some units from Cure over on the right side. These tanks each up faster, but couldn't reach a whole lot of Clem's army. Ends up being a pretty even trade as the upgrades even up. If they can't break each other, well, you try to outposition each other more than you try to directly break each other. As soon as someone decides to go into, let's say, Ravens, but also a lot of Vikings, which Kira is now doing, you slow your army down. So you can't really outposition the other person so much as you try to just actually find them in a poor position and then capitalize with a better army. But Clem, who has not added on starports, might be looking to get very, very mobile. Ran into tanks unknowingly, but then decided to take the fight and took all 3 of them out. Kira will still draw a line in the sand, but Clem taking some decent engagement, slightly ahead in the resources lost. 3-3 now, very far ahead of his opponent. One thing he is missing is +2 vehicle attack, which would reduce that kill shot by the tanks and the Marines by 1. So definitely worth grabbing, and something that I feel like Clem has accidentally done before. Again, not many TVTs for Clem. But I think the last time we played a TVT, he made the same mistake. Drop over on this yet-to-be planetary. Finds it at a perfect time. Kira was going to send reinforcements, and now realizes he's in a lot more trouble in the bottom right. Tons of SVs have already gone down. Command center in the top left goes down. This one will have to lift. No more mining. Kira is kind of mid-transition as well. Still trying to build up that Raven count. Has already built up the Vikings. And that is finding some success, killing a lot of medevacs. It's very clear at this point, too, that, oh no, Kira. Oh no, losing his Vikings. Kira is going into this kind of superior battle composition, which means that Clem pedal to the metal. He either wins with this momentum he currently has, and I think he actually can win, although Kira, sending a pack of Marines, going to try and do something about this. Or continue just being super mobile. Not let Kira ever feel comfortable. At this point, it's very, very difficult for Kira to feel comfortable. It doesn't have that many tanks, really. 7 sounds like a lot, but not compared to 13. This Marine hit squad does manage to find a command center, but will lose all of their lives for it, and Kira can't afford to remake them. At this point, he has to pick and choose what he produces. The Raiders will siege up, and that's obviously a huge benefit to having air superiority. But the problem is, again, you can't maneuver. How do you defend this side now? You can't. Kira is supposed to have 60 more army supply, which could cover this, but all these trades have been going the way of Clem. His upgrades still superior to his opponents, the Marines that are already limited in number, getting blasted. The Raiders really trying to save the day, save Kira's chances in this tournament. That's a lovely little medevac drop. Lots of damage done. Didn't actually kill any of the tanks, and Kira is going to be mindful of repairing them. Definitely worth it. He's purely dependent on siege units to hold these bases, but these bases, they're not going to be enough for very long. His main has mined out. His natural is mining out. Somehow he has 53 SCVs, and I just don't see that, but apparently this all adds up to 53. Clem obviously is replaced his 3rd, had his 4th, now on a 5th and a 6th. Not too much worry for him, too. A couple sensor towers. Kira barely able to muster up 20 Marines. Can't go for another run by to shock and awe Clem, force him to pull back. So Clem is just going to overwhelm the Korean Terran in a TVT. How about that? Kira is not going to give up, though. Jesus. Interference Matrix plus Liberators, pretty good. But repositioning, also pretty good. Kira loses a base he absolutely needs. The army supplies are similar, but it's so position dependent for Clem. For Kira, sorry. Unless Clem allows Kira to just run across the map without any amount of interference, there's no way that Kira's army wins. But if Clem, for instance, takes a chill pill and just resets so that the tank Liberator Raven army does get to, let's say, here, we talk about some trouble, actually. That Clem is going to force them to at least siege up once before that happens. He's already maxed out as well, so we can just start taking some bad trades for the greater good. Also, we could force a base trade if things really got dicey. His command center you'd think would fall. There we go. If Clem wanted to 100% foolproof this game, he maybe could have gone into starports. He's not been actually that rich for that long, though, despite having the map for a while at this point. And if he did his own tech transition, that also would have slowed him down. Then maybe Akira does run across the map unstopped, you know, and that's bad news. It's probably better just to try and get some type of big surround, which Clem is sieging up for. I've just revealed most of the tanks on siege. I think he's going to go for it. No, he isn't. The army not moving on the bottom side. I feel like that's the plan, though. Is it not? Is it not? Well, the plan's not really working here. This is a little mistimed, but probably still good enough. It is going to be good enough. Tanks are all gone, and Vikings will not be winning a game. GG's. Clem wins this little best of one. The TVT gives us a little treat. Variety. If the game won't do it, Clem will. Attaboy, Clem. For the greater good. It's the only advantage of this patch. Maybe it was because of the patch. Who knows? So Kier versus Clem versus Max Pax. Sorry, we'll be on the European server. The menu music gets a little old. I really want to go get more water, but I'm waiting for a lobby. I woke up yesterday with hives, which is super fun, which I've also really not experienced before. And I think I know what it is, but it was a bit concerning because, like, the first thing I just woke up. I didn't go to sleep, actually, is more accurate, because during the night I was just itching all over. It was crazy. So when I did wake up, get out of bed, I looked and I was just covered in red. I was like, oh, that's fun. Took a Benadryl and then passed out. I was guessing, you know, what it could be, but after having it happen again last night, pretty sure it's just like the bed sheets. I think we went out to it was like a what do they call it? Like it was this kind of event, you know, where it happens in a big field and they pump up like hot air balloons. That's literally, and then, you know, they get the hot air balloons ready to fly, I guess, so you could watch them do that. So they bring, you know, food trucks and families come out, and well, the field was pretty much full of dead grass. It was actually kind of spiky, but also a lot of dust, especially when they started to actually pump up the hot air balloons. So I felt like the dust get on me, and it was kind of gross. And then lying in my bed, probably got it all on the sheets. That's my hope anyway. We'll find out. I'm just pretty sure it's not bed bugs, which would have been the far more terrifying prospect. But it almost certainly isn't, because there's no sign of them in any way. Bites, there's not so much bites as there's just general redness. Slept on the couch yesterday. Fortunately, it's a pretty comfortable couch. Yeah, I was reading into what it could be, and I saw dust mites was one of the things. I'm hoping just washing the sheets, which it's going to be like the 10th time I've washed my sheets in like 2 weeks, which is it's really annoying. Not for that reason. This has only been a situation the last 2 days. But because my cat, Apollo, for whatever reason, it's not always his messed up foot, so I can't really blame that. But for whatever reason, he ends up getting dirty. He'll like step in something in the litter box, and he'll just pop up my bed, and then I have to wash the sheets. So I gotta do it fucking again. But hopefully that fixes it. If it doesn't, and it's dust mites, and you're supposed to like get like covers for your bed and your pillows, and I don't want to do all that. I'm pretty sure it's just like a lot of pollen got on me, and I think I'm just more sensitive to pollen, well, nowadays as I gotten older. Because I was playing soccer this past Tuesday, and I had noticed this like playing kickball the past Thursday and soccer, and then I couldn't really tell. Like I was getting these like pretty extreme headaches, and I was like, is it because I'm exercising and I don't exercise frequently enough? But it wasn't like it was that bad. It wasn't like I was running a marathon. And then along with the headaches came just like a general stuffy feeling, right? And I was like, oh, this is probably what people mean when they talk about allergies, which I just hadn't really experienced in the first like 34 years of my life. I never really had a problem going outdoors, even on heavy pollen days, but seems to have changed in this last year. I don't think it's the detergent because, again, like we've used the same detergent. I've had to wash these things so often these past 2 weeks. We don't have new detergent. Allergies are uncomfortable, but I feel like I'm kind of part of an experience now, you know? You always see people complaining about the summer having pollen. I've never been affected by it. Now we can suffer together. It might be worth it to see an allergist now that I feel like I'm dealing with a lot more. I think I'm probably allergic to, like, slightly allergic, not like closed throat emergency type, but I feel like I'm slightly allergic to some type of food or seasoning. My sister-in-law's mother made deviled eggs, and as soon as I ate one, I was like, it's like spicy, but not like actual spicy. It was kind of like when people are like the strawberry spicy, it's because they're allergic to them. That's the kind of feeling I had from it, but I have no idea what was on it. Anyway, finally, personal story time with ZombieGrub is over. Climb a max pack, took a little break. Now they're ready to go here on Europe. Bottom right max packs, top left, bottom left. Is Clem. I did want to go get some water, so I'm gonna do that. Let's watch this person's point of view. All right. Oh, what happened in the first 2 minutes? Nothing? That's what I thought. Not that it would have happened in the previous version either. Heh. Everything stays the same. There's a certain amount of comfort in that. But also a certain amount of why the fuck did they bother changing the worker start count then? You know what I'm saying? I hope that intern's at BlizzCon. He better watch out. Because I'm going to give him a stern talking to. I'm going to wag my finger in his face. It could be her. Women make bad decisions too. Oh, it's a Reaper. So I really didn't, yeah, it's still the very beginning, okay. Hurtful finger pointing volleyball style? I thought you were going to bring up the basketball chick. Became a meme for 24 hours. It is a pretty good image. The Reaper shows up 2 seconds later, yet still kills a probe. Terran is so imba. Oh, you were talking about that. Yeah, that was a basketball player. Yeah. That was the teammate of, what's-her-face, the most popular women's basketball player right now. Who's their bruiser? The person you put on the team because they're good, but a lot because they actually defend and fight back at the other team. The Rodman of the team. Kristen Clark is not quite correct, is it? Clark is correct. Caitlin Clark. So close, but with our forces combined, we got there. Alright, so we actually get a Phoenix opener from Max Pack, so variety. This Reaper decides to go for a probe rather than checking to see what technology Max Packs is going for. So, if you assume, as you might, and assume correctly a lot of the time, that it is a Twilight Council, you'd be wrong. This is going to go into Phoenix Colossus. Now, if he also sees the gases, this Reaper is getting a 0 out of 10 on the scouting scale. Misses the Phoenix. Is finally going to see the Stargate. Okay. Slightly improved. It finally did its job. And because it is Phoenixes and not like a proxy oracle or something that's about to do significant damage, it doesn't matter so much that we got a later scout on that. To an extent. I mean, probably was not going to make the medevac into Phoenix if he knew from the get-go, but I don't think it's the worst thing. The worst thing is when you build the medevac and you send it across the map and it immediately dies to the Phoenix without doing anything. But it's staying at home, being a part of a push, that's still fine. Yeah, but most likely case of this is going to be against Colossus, right? We know that because there's already a Robo and a Robotics Bay, but Clem would also know that. It seems like Phoenix Charge is just dead. Max Pax wants to keep a close eye on the movements of the army. Wouldn't be impossible for the Terran to move across the map and try and take advantage of a greedy Protoss. Might be skipping a couple of waves of Gateway warp-ins. Or Phoenix production. But then you might lose SCVs, which 6 SCVs going down and no Phoenix in return. Pretty good. This turret was just a little late. Now finished. Their Nexus halfway done. First Colossus on the way. Clem is going to start a move out. It's got some potential. Observer can track it. How does that not see that? Okay, see submarines. Seeing some dots across the mini-map. And he's going to ready himself. Immediately grabs the Cyclone. This is a best of 3 because it's the lower bracket finals. Unless they've changed the format for the tournament again. Which is possible. Okay, not the start that Clem was hoping for. Losing the Cyclone right off the bat. Still a very, very helpful unit. Another target for the Phoenix to pick up instead of a couple of other things, too. Frankly, he just kind of needs the anti-air. The ranged anti-air. The Marines are obviously plentiful in numbers, so the Phoenix can't take out the tank or the medevac, but still took out that Viking. The Max Pack 63 base rather comfortably, honestly. Second Colossus on the way. Twilight Council now being built. Forge already starting up upgrades. I do wish there was legitimately some more back and forth in the early and mid game. Legitimately more variety. If the 8 workers start had any potential of doing what it said it would, I would have maybe gotten over the downsides. But no. This medevac drop is going to find the Nexus. Well, this Marine already did, actually. Yeah, that's enough to... It's certainly enough to get a cancel. Certainly. Hopefully Max Pax does cancel. He's going to try and warp in. I don't know about that one. Cancels the Nexus. Loses a Phoenix. Loses 2 Phoenix. Almost could have gotten a 3rd, actually. But more importantly, Max Pax's entire army just moved over for that. Colossus included. Now, that's only a single tank. Still going to get maybe 1 or 2 shots. Actually, still sieging, so I didn't get a shot at all. And Clem wisely decides not to try and dive into the main, which is looking like a possibility for a second. The army might have been out of position, but not that much. A little healing factor going on, not for very long, though. And now it's Clem truly on the run. He's got a good army supply, but he doesn't have that direct response to the Colossus, so that's what's a little concerning. Some Marines... Oh, I guess they're just left. This Max Pax responded to the attack in the natural, so that was the drop from earlier on. Doesn't find much. Scanning the main. I do wonder what he was looking for. Not actually sure why he scanned the main. Maybe looking for Templar Archives. How fast he's going to need to get his ghost out. Because if Templar Archives was done, even if it was only for a handful of Archons, that would be pretty freaking scary. Someone who does not have ghosts ready to go. And the fact that you also aren't even... you're getting to responding to the Colossus. There you go. 8 Vikings actually is pretty much what you would want, but that is a scary possibility. Temple Archives is being added alongside a second forge. Charge only just begun, though. Obviously, late Twilight Council upgrades with the opening. I don't think there's... Well, let's watch how this goes. This is actually looking quite bad for Clem. Gonna try and come in with an SCV pull. Force field dissipating, so a pretty good concave here. He could take one hell of a fight. The Stalkers are forced to blink away. Warp Prism evacuates. 15 SCVs were killed. That's not game over. It's not good. But yeah, as far as counting the gateways, the thing is, I just don't think there is a particular timing, but I could be wrong. That you scan the main and go, oh yes, he has 12 gateways. He's about to hit this timing. If it was like a 2-base or 3-base setup, but he had already scouted that a 4th base was the intent, then I would definitely be counting gateways. But anyway. Does drop in the main base without scanning, so believing there's not going to be any protection. And there is not, says Clem also chases down some Stalkers. Zealots trying to find more harassment. Not going to find too much. Clem actually finding some big gains here. Grabs a forge. It was the only one. And is going to, I mean, standing his ground right there might not have been terrible. But if he can escape, then yeah, 100%. If he can. If he can. If he can. If he can escape, there you go. It's done. Clem is still only on 3 bases. This is getting more and more concerning as he also desperately is asking his medevacs to stop unstacking. Please no. Clem is going to try and come in to recover those medevacs and honestly just continue with the momentum that maybe he has found. I say maybe because Storm is now ready. So while the Colossus are all gone, only 2 ghosts are available. 1 is still at home. Medevacs did try and drop. At least find some damage, but all the Stalkers came together. Clem now down 30 supply. I don't know. That seemed to happen in the blink of an eye. 4th CC is on the way. Scan reveals an army that is still not moving, and he's going to try and take advantage of that. At least stop the 5th base from coming on up. Quickly canceled. Warp Prism from Max Pax might just be opening up Max Pax's attack, but I was going to say, can't just leave this army to ransack through your 3rd and 4th as well. A little supply block, not too bad. Equal upgrades. Max Pax going into the double forge to make up for some lost time. Clem really needs to be able to escape with some amount of this army. I don't know how much he'll be able to. Tries to pick up and get out of there. I think there's enough dead space, I think. Yeah. This scan might have been looking for the army. That hit, all of it actually moved. Well, Clem was looking to be in a really bad supply 2 minutes ago. All of this running around has managed to buy him time for a couple more ghosts and a lot more general bio, I suppose. Still only 3 ghosts, which is the bare minimum. 10 Vikings really from earlier on. Stopping Max Pax from considering going back into them. As soon as the Vikings die, you probably will. No disruptors in play. Just straight up gateway armies. Again, equal upgrades. Max Pax shouldn't take an amazing fight. But where the hell are those EMPs? Dealing with a Zealot run by over on the 3rd base. We do have 11 medevacs, so despite some stims and storms, still a very healthy bio army that's going to be difficult to push into. 2-2's also about to finish. Clem could take one hell of a fight as he attacks his own sensor tower. Whoop-de-daisy. Vikings have landed, so probably the assumption is that they will die by the time the Colossus do show up. Clem knowing that the intention here is trying to distract him, pulling apart, trying to preempt that. Just needs to make sure to have ghosts where he needs them. Maybe sure to kill the High Templars this time, not just EMPs. A couple more EMPs could be useful, though, as Zealots on the backside jump on top of the bio, but it's 2-2 versus 2-0. And the Zealots lasted a little bit longer because the bio started to attack the Stalkers instead. And these Zealots are also going to disappear. War Prism going to go into the main. I hope to buy more time because Max Packs did just take a bad fight. Now down 60 army supply. It's a speedy Warp Prism, so it absolutely drops off a lot of Zealots and might continue to do so at the 4th. Well, it's not really worth it. He can warp in Stalkers, I guess. He just needs to buy time, is the point. He needs to replace the Stalkers, replace the Zealots, replace the High Templars, charge them up again. Max Packs has gotten to 6 bases, let's call it. 75 probes, still making them too. It just needs a little bit of time to get those production facilities working. Only 10 gateways. Okay, that's a problem. Probably should be up to more like 14, which is exactly what he is getting to, but hasn't transformed some of the gateways as of yet. I don't believe that is on purpose. The fact that he's making workers might look really odd as he's still down 60 army supply. But I think he's honestly struggling to spend his money on units that he actually wants. I mean, sometimes there's something to building mass zealot in an emergency. But with how much army Clem still has, he's maxed out. You know, the critical mass that you need of zealots just would not be gotten very easily. So we're trying to spend it on actually good units. I just can't do it fast enough. This base might just be a goner because if it's protected, Max is going to try and protect that. What about the 4th base? Scans ahead, wants to get one beautiful EMP. Gonna miss the High Templars, then decide to go a little bit more north. I'm really surprised. Wow, I'm so surprised that Max Packs kind of got away with sending his army that direction. Dropping the main base, causing some problems. This Nexus might still just go down after all. I'm really surprised that Clem wasn't able to take more advantage of that. He still might take a really good main fight. He's got a concave opportunity. EMPs are available. Archons will disappear. Storms still haven't disappeared, though, so I don't know. Nexus did fall. Stalker reinforcements also taking a bad trade. You know, Clem could have also tried to maybe go up to this base when he was teetering around, but now he's going to go for the throat. Colossus almost dead here as the Vikings still in the sky, and that is actually going to be it. Clem able to win really off the back of that defense. Max Packs was not able to buy enough time to remax with a decent army, much less an army that was well postured, you know, able to take a more centralized fight where you can easily reinforce. He was being split this way and that. Tiny Bloss? Teeny Bloss? Thank you for the 3 months. Oh, Roddy got the music bug. Yes, there is a cat. If he settles. Got his little hidey hole. Thank you very much, Bojangles1337. So leet speak. Thank you for the prime sub. I might adopt 2 kittens on Wednesday. What's with a might? Because you might adopt 4 kittens instead? I hope you do adopt 2 kittens. More cats, more gooder. He agrees. Whereas Ziggy gets along with everyone. He doesn't mind the surplus of cats that we have. He knows I'm talking about him. So Clem's able to win game 1 after a little back and forth for sure. Max Pax made a pretty fatal move trying to get up that ramp. His upgrades were delayed. That forge snipe definitely helped to ensure there was no armor upgrade. And his economy wasn't really, you know, as good as it could have been. He was still producing probes, like I said, and not just because, like, there was something to spend the money on. He did want more probes. He was getting to a good number of bases. But also, I would say, because, yeah, he still had, like, 800 minerals, even if he was producing 6 probes at a time. And it wasn't just warping 8 zealots at a time, which wouldn't have been that effective. He just needed more opportunities to get the map back under his control, and Clem certainly didn't allow that. I still stand by, like, I really thought that Clem was going to jump on those 5 or 6 High Templar that were alone, but he decided not to. He was still ensuring that Max Pax never gained map control again, and was unable to just, you know, out-expand him severely. So, nice mid-game play, basically, from Clem. Rescued from a hoarding situation. That's how I got my Apollo. Yeah, him and his family, but then apparently like 60 other cats or something insane were in this house in West Virginia. And that's why he was neglected as a kitten. Able to get his foot all wrapped up. I follow, you know, no surprise here, but I follow a decent amount of cat Instagram accounts, you know, shelters, rescues. As this adept, it might die. It is gonna die. Still gets a big delay in the command center, so I'd say that's worth it. That's a very big delay. Stalker won't be able to get too much more. Without the adept shade looking up on the high ground, especially. But anyway, in one of the cases, one of them is dealing with a hoarding case. They, the breeder, so they're breeding, what are they called? Not Persians, they're very pretty cat, but they, oh my god, what are they called? Scottish Folds, there we go. Scottish Folds. Which, you can't tell they're Scottish. They're not like some type of flag or something. But they do have, their ears are kind of folded down, and then they're generally like a pretty like oval-faced kind of cat. So, yeah. They were breeding them, and this lady is going to go back to Russia. So she told that, like, the only good thing this lady has done, apparently, is that she told a shelter that she was leaving. But she had been hoarding like 40 cats and breeding them and trying to sell them. And when they wouldn't sell, she just kept them. It was very dumb. Breeders are, Anyway, we have 3 gateways. Making sure I'm not missing a gateway in production. Yep, 3 gateways and a warp prism. Medevac from Clem is going to find some success, I would say, in the main, with the Cyclone included. And this is a freaking large main. What the hell? Tons of space for this Medevac to unload. Kind of wants to get the timing right, though. You don't want to move in when they expect you to move in and then them have stalkers ready to go. 2 stalkers, a bit different. So this unload, I was thinking was going to get maybe 2 stalkers itself. Maybe not. I think it's done. Cyclone targeted, Medevac was injured. Yeah, nah, it didn't actually work out much at all. But I saw the potential. A lot of weak, but still alive stalkers. Clem did see the incoming Warp Prism attack, I think with the Reaper. That finally died. Bunker, tank. I'd be a little scared even if he knew for a fact this was just 3 gateways, just because it is Max Pax, but You know, Kira was building 2 bunkers after his aggression was nipped. Clem sticking on 1. I don't know. Would a second bunker have made any difference here? Maybe. Tank was certainly still going to go down, but woo, the bunker will go down. Took an extra volley. Tank from the high ground has to reposition. That was the 3rd tank that popped, possibly. No more tank production, though, so getting kind of worried. If we could find a second tank, Max Pax would really open up the opportunity to even win this game. That's exactly what he's looking for. He does dive on top of a good number of Marines with very weak stalkers. Little SCV pool to help out as well, and that just barely is going to be good enough for Clem. Once again, repositions that tank. Little harassment was happening too, not sure by what. Not sure at all what that was that killed 4 probes. But something did. The Raven is in play. Okay, so that was the Raven. But I don't know. Maybe Max Pax still has too many stalkers, too many reinforcements. Clem's 3rd tank did tie. Obviously, Viking then will get the Warp Prism. Clem going to lose a lot of SCVs. He does not have the critical mass of bio. He doesn't have another tank on the way either. And I don't know about this. This might be Max Pax winning. He certainly sees the opportunity. And it is going to be Max Pax's win. GG's. One tank at a time. So this lower bracket finals is now tied up. Top right, Max Pax. Bottom left, Clem. Stalkers, Warp Prism, Blink Micro. That's all Max Pax really needs. See, if I move the camera, sometimes they think they're gonna get... See? This is why sometimes the angle is subpar. Camera movement equals certain foodstuffs for the cat. Get back in there. Go back to sleep. Go back to being cute for the camera. Come on. Ziggy's just in front of my keyboard. There's nothing here, buddy. Go back to sleep. Get out of the way. Cat butt. Ooh. I wonder if this will be facing Beyond in the grand finals. Who certainly is used to playing into the wee hours in Korea. But it is like 6 a.m. One act expand from Clem. One gateway expand from Max Packs. The presumably intentional supply block that happens now with the 8 workers start because it made openers wonkier. Still looks wonky. I'm gonna assume that is the ideal way of opening this Protoss. Did you guys see that? There's a little extra animation to that gateway produced stalker. Whoa, man. I have no idea why they would add that animation. It's not like it's a bad thing to have, but for some reason, part of the patch was adding animation to gateway produced units. Here it comes, guys. Here it comes. Here it comes. Hold on. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Watch. 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 Meow. They get a little more razzle dazzle if they come out of just a gateway. Oh, there's a Zealot produced. Totally missed that. My bad. That does mean that we can have a little more aggression despite the ramp. And now we're down to just a Marine and a Reaper. SCV. Still 2 shots away from death. Still working on the command center. Maybe we'll bring down a reinforcing one. Yeah, we'll bring down a couple of SCVs. I don't know if there's any other random thing that got added that I loved. Just the songs. So far, nice handling of this early aggression. At the end of the day, the fact that there is a ramp absolutely helps. We also don't have too many delays on production. The reactor was done. The factory did produce a Widow Mine rather than going directly into a tech lab, which might have been the original intent. The Archon? Oh, that's true. Yeah, the Archon sound effect is pretty cool. I don't know if I actually like the Disruptor effect. But I don't have strong feelings. I don't know either way. Banshee's gonna come out here for Clem, which is exactly the build Beyond did on this map. Pretty sure it was this map. Yeah. I talked about that bug earlier. Maybe it's because I don't play StarCraft long enough. But I was saying that maybe it also happens more commonly on Korea. But Roddy had it. He had to change his account. Small indie company. For all intents and purposes, for StarCraft, it's smaller than an indie company. It's one guy, basically. I wish I could believe that the intern really likes StarCraft. And that it's just Blizzard telling the Classics team what their priority is. Like, hey, make sure you work mostly on Warcraft, I guess. But, I don't know. It feels like often enough is, well, hold on. This is kind of scary. The Banshee does pop out defensively. Max Pack's being really annoying, taking advantage of the Marines clustering in this little corner. Skedaddles once the tank popped. Anyway, sometimes it feels like StarCraft fans are everywhere, right? Like a lot of the time, if a StarCraft event does happen, it's because someone was fighting for it and they're now in a leadership position because they were big fans 15 years ago and they've developed their profession. But then there's weird times where it's like, especially when it comes to Blizzard actually, which is where you wouldn't want this to happen, but especially when it comes to Blizzard, it often feels like in the last 10 years, the people they've hired have far and away preferred the other Blizzard games over ours. They're big Warcraft fans. They're big Heroes of the Storm fans. They're big Hearthstone fans. They're big Diablo fans. It just really feels like the amount of people who say that StarCraft is their favorite game that works at Blizzard is really low. And the ones who actually play StarCraft is very low. Which is really weird. But what are you gonna do? Because it was like 10 years ago where when Heroes of the Storm was being, well, I guess it was out at that point. But that's it was just no secret that everyone working on StarCraft was playing Heroes of the Storm all the time. Which on one hand, it's a team game, and so your work buddies can get together and play a Blizzard game. Makes a lot of sense, but just is nonetheless disappointing. And then so many people who were good at their jobs who worked at StarCraft were poached and were pushed over to other teams that were, more important. I feel like the Classics team has a bias to Warcraft. Fucking Warcraft. Anyway, it's a Diablo Immortal. I don't think anyone actually admits they're a fan of that game. They might play it, because the game apparently is totally fine, but I don't know if they admit it. Yeah, I think that there's definitely a Classics team, like more than one person. I just think it's one person who bothers to do anything with StarCraft. I'm obviously holding up, just trying to get his 3 bases down. He's not going to have any trouble with this Warp Prism. Well, some trouble. 3 ACVs do go down. Max Back's get up to a 4th gate. 4th base. 8 gateways. Forge now done. I'm actually trying to find maybe the Warp Prism just chilling where it shouldn't. It's unsuccessful. Maybe there'll be a lot more StarCraft fans when the StarCraft shooter pops out. Assuming it's any good at all. Which I think you still have to assume that it's going to be good, even if you, like most people, consider Blizzard to be a shadow of its former self. Blizzard hasn't really, had a true failure. Seems like we got ourselves a TVP where the Terran player says, I cannot push into you, so I will not push into you. Classic. Was the last game Blizzard released before Diablo 4? Their like Battle Royale game? Whatever that was called. The Clash of Clans game? Whatever it was. Drop responds to drop. I'm not going to take any unnecessary damage. The what? There was a Blizzard, like, cutesy cartoon kind of mobile game that I think was, like, Clash of Clans? I don't know. I never played any of these mobile games. Warcraft Rumble. Yeah, that one. StarCraft Ghost never made, so the only reason my nostalgia of this era. This era? I think StarCraft Ghost was announced in 2005. So, not even the StarCraft 2 era. Good use of the map to make sure that at least one more path is blocked off. Clem is looking out to defend, obviously, and is tucked away in a corner a little bit. Colossus getting a lot of big damage. Zealot's only just now removed from the play. That was not a bad find there from Max Pax at all. Also had an upgrade lead at that time, so very, very good find from Max Pax. Oh yeah, it doesn't come out 20-30 armors play ahead, doesn't stop that 4th base, but for the goal here of the Protoss at this point, that's very good, which is to generally play the Zerg. 90 probes, 6-7 bases. Continue taking trades, even if they're slightly inefficient. And for Clem, getting that 4th base and not being delayed on it is a pretty big win for him. He's still almost maxed out. Now at 2-1 himself. 6-7. My dad's birthday is today. Guess how old my dad is. 6-7. My nephew's very amused. Max Pack's looking for open opportunities. I mean, this is not going to win against this army, but if you can find some other opportunities, Zealot's breaking down the rocks right now, then that's more the point. What are the number of bases? 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 7. Also, I think TLO's birthday is today, if Facebook is correct. I feel like there was a phase where people who actually still used Facebook were like, oh, I don't want Facebook knowing my birthday, so they changed their birthday, so they could also tell who their real friends are. So I've always felt kind of like Facebook birthdays were a trap. That's a lot of Zealots. More importantly, it was a decent number of storms, and that was EMP'd away. Far more importantly. These Zealots also taken care of rather nicely. Only one more storm left. It's a good one. But without, too much follow-up, the Zealots going through a choke, that wouldn't have been very pretty. So yeah, Max Pack's not gonna do anything more there. What is this? The audacity of these Protoss players. That's a pretty bad sign when a Protoss feels comfortable doing that, but actually not a game over sign. Clem is looking to build up the absolute most perfect Terran army you could ever build. 3/3 Bio, Ghost, and Liberators eventually. And that army can still win the game. Max Pax is eager not to let that happen and not to let the Terran player expand again. This is interesting. Stack defense finishes up alongside some Zealot reinforcements, but more Bio comes over. Good storm. Does look like Clem has plenty to hold on both sides alongside a little stack defense, But it's actually going to require a fair bit of effort, like a fair bit of attention to take care of this army, because Max Pax is not just saying, oh, I hope he doesn't find this. He's actually... Oh, no observer. He's actually defending it. And so in defending it, he's also using it as a harassment point. So this is no gusto for the Terran. He does not appreciate this. This is the exact type of situation where you'd really want Liberators, because you do need another base. 4 bases in modern StarCraft 2 maps, kind of a gimme. 5, no. And so you need Liberators to say, no, you cannot come through here. So your Bio can go do other shit. Like take down 20 Zealots and 5 cannons. We're not quite there yet. Clem is starting to really have to split his army up too, so the chances of Max Pax kind of capitalizing on that increases too. Doesn't actually find much of an army, but does kill the command center. Now there should be an extra 1 or 2. There seems to be an extra 1 actually. Oh, there you go, 2. But will this actually get to mine? Do you believe? Liberator is done, +2 is done. This Liberator is going to be a pretty important addition to this setup. A little more SimCity would also be nice, honestly, once Clem has the time to think about it. Currently dealing with 2 attacks at once. Well, he's defending and attacking. He really wants to dislodge his base and get his 5th base up. I think gas is becoming more and more of a problem for him, because he is building a high-tech army. Ghosts and Liberators, and Medivacs may have to replace them. It's going to require a lot of gas. These 2 defunct? No? Nonetheless, he is struggling on it. This is a big reason why he wants this base. Can he finally get it? Can he get it? Is it gonna happen? It might. Max Pax isn't just twiddling his thumbs behind all of this. There's actually probably a reason he hasn't been as aggressive, taking a fight now, which clearly goes very poorly. The Terran army is good. But, you know, if he was falls to the walls, just throw an army over and over again, that would be a type of Protoss tactic, right? He's not. He's trying to find openings, so it's not like he's being lazy, but more to the point, he's trying to get a transition going. And if he ends up taking bad fights, because Clem says, hey, I actually feel kind of confident, hey, I think you are transitioning, I don't think Clem has scanned. Yeah, he hasn't scanned the base at all from specs. This transition is a very, very vulnerable point for the Protoss. If they cannot break a Terran who are turtling on fortified bases, it's also their only option. I'm not saying what MaxSpecs is doing is wrong, but it is a very vulnerable point. Mothership obviously is a reveal of the intent here. Ghosts will cloak up and save their lives, and frankly, just too powerful of an army. Equal upgrades, although that really crucial +2 shit for Liberators is also in play. No air upgrades even being started for Max Packs, and you know the hope was that the Terran still kind of remains a bit coward. They're still afraid of moving out, so that you get that time to transition. You show up with 5 or 6 Tempests, and you start hitting away on their Liberators they thought were going to save their lives. And that's not really what happened here. Clem was able to get his 5th base up, building a 6th, breathing a sigh of relief as income finally starts rolling in. Killing bases, threatening armies. And the Tempests, they're wonderful when they can just kind of chip away at someone, but if Clem has the army that I think he has, well, he doesn't have a lot of Vikings, to be fair. But like, if there's one wrong move, if Max Pack shows any amount of dedication to an attack, that's kind of a weakness, actually, because Clem will be able to jump on the army, which is exactly what is happening here. Good time up on the right side, though, I must say. And actually is a big bother. But also more army is coming forth. Max Pax is the one that is retreating, but Clem, you know, his 6th sense, his Protoss bullshit sense, is telling him there must be a run-by. There must be another army coming my way. He's absolutely right about that. And this 3rd is still vulnerable. I mean, even this 4th is vulnerable. It wasn't planetary. Cloaked up ghost looking for any High Templars on the backside. They're seen, however. There was an observer, so that's not going to work out. Still providing some area. The mothership goes down. We still have an EMP or 2, I think, available. And just frankly, the army is getting a lot of room. Not stacking up for those storms to be too juicy. Now all the storms are gone. Max Pack's going to be forced to come in here with his 2nd army. That is a lot of zealots. Got a little stutter step, little EMP. A lot of Vikings on the way. The Tempests are getting a lot of free shots in these engagements. You know, sometimes as the game does progress to the late stage, it's worth considering how many Marauders versus Marines you buy. It's a tough balancing act, but not because we're getting, you know, Marines to shoot at the Tempest, no. But because the Marines are what, you know, really kills Zealots. The Marauders, they slow them, they're useful, they're tanky, they won't die to a Storm or a Colossus, but they don't kill the Zealots particularly fast. And they're just more expensive. So as the late game comes into play, you might start seeing more Marine production. As it is, Clem, like I said, breath of fresh air with this base. That gave him a lot of confidence. Looking for another base to ensure that he can continue living here in what is becoming an increasingly more stalematey game. Oh my god, yeah. The early late game. The late early stage of the late game. Wait. Max Pax, just like a Zerg player, will need to start worrying about the amount of resources left on the map. He's down 12,000 resources, because that's how you do it. That's what happens here. And that would be okay if he was stopping the expansion process, but things have gotten a little out of hand. The Tempest addition, because I wouldn't really call it a replacement here. We only ever made like 2. hasn't done a whole lot. But it did still cause that kind of weakness, that investment, that point at which Clem was able to breathe, take expansions and take engagements. Now we're back on his Mass Gateway Army, but there's a reason. I mean, Mass Gateway Army is not supposed to work forever and ever and ever and ever, especially in a super direct fight, all of your army versus all of my army. You just can't get to a much better army as Protoss, even if you try to go into Mass Carrier. You know, by the time you actually get to truly Mass Carrier, they usually pick up on it and they get enough Vikings. Disruptor is not getting any shots. We're now trying to make them and hoping for the Hail Marys, but Clem might have just gotten to the perfect late game. You know, there's a lot of stages before this point that Protoss hopes to win the game. Some air units kind of going over on unideal pathways do get taken down. No cancel in the command center, but Clem has plenty of money. Will he lose the planetary? No, he will not. Disruptors threw their shots, so now the Terran army can chase. The Disruptors are very clearly out of shots, thanks to the patch. I figure he's breaking these rocks so he can't be surrounded. He actually lifts. He wants to take care of this base without losing his own. So, and Max Pax is going to tap out. No final hurrah for Max Pax. It was just a steady stream of losing. He was down 20,000 resources by the end of the game. So he taps out. Turtle to victory. Yeah. That means it will be Clem versus Bjorn in a best of three finals, with another best of three beyond that. Perhaps. Will it be a TVT or a TVP? Bjorn beat Clem's Protoss earlier, and Clem did play TVT versus Cure, so it's a very legitimate question. This might be the time we see Clem play more than one TVT. Thanks, man. Hello. Learned a new word today. Orthogonal. Orthogonal. My bad. Generally used in like math and engineering, but can also mean statistically independent. We are in lobby, but lobby is not going. Did any of y'all have to read the things they carried in high school? Totally forgot that I did. Now, that was the one book that I read in lit class that I never really thought was that great. I was not a big fan of it, but a lot of other people really liked it. They said it was their favorite out of all the books we read. I think some people just like war books. Ooh. Sweet, sweet rain sound effects. The music isn't getting a vibe here at all, actually. Bottom right of Rainfall, it is Clem playing Terran. Another TVT, guys. In the top left, it is Bjorn, who hopefully knows he's playing against Terran. My guess is Clem was beat by Bjorn, and so figured that it wasn't going to work out super great the second time. However, I say that with also a belief that this is not just because Clem is like, oh, I lost against Bjorn, you know, once, and that's it. That's it for my Protoss. I do feel like this is combined with the patch. Because Clem, for like a year or something, had been playing Protoss, and even if he did lose as Protoss, he would still face the same person as Protoss again. He wouldn't just say, like, oh, I can't do it. He would be like, oh, I learned things, and now I can do things differently. Like other Protosses would also do in the same situation. So him actually just playing TVT kind of feels like it's a little more to do with the patch. Maybe the way that he feels about playing Protoss right now is a little off. Because it is apparently a little off for a decent amount of Protoss players. Even though it seems like most of them just do the normal stuff. Get their gateways, get their robo, do the blink, whatever. It's a little off-putting to have to produce gateways into warp gates and be charged for the experience. Look, it just came right on my lap and wanted to be pet. That's cute. Ziggy also went back into his catfish. Well, he randomed a couple of weeks ago. And that's the last time I remember him playing TVT, so. Is intentional play of TVT in a tournament? Yeah, maybe a year plus. But like I was saying last time, with him versus Cure, which he won against in a very typical TVT, his TVT, I would say, was never atrocious. It was his worst matchup, but all of his other matchups are just really good, so that was a high bar. Then it actually became one of his best matchups, but the Cyclone got changed, and he just kind of gave up practicing it after that. I think the Cyclone, when it could be reactored, I think just gave him more of a early to mid-game multitasking playstyle that he enjoyed, compared to when the tech lab is necessary for the Cyclone. That has changed the openers and some of the dynamics. Because we used to have these really fun, silly TDTs where like both of them would double Cyclone drop, you know, and it'd be a micro task. But anyway, he still knows the ins and outs of TVT, but I would expect Bjorn still has the favor here. You see a little micro battle here. It is absolutely not won at all by Clem. Bjorn decimates, destroys completely Clem's army force. Now, fortunately, Clem's command center is going to finish, so no delay there. And the high ground will buy him some extra seconds for the Cyclone, but that was not how he envisioned that going. If he can only lose one SCV, that would be great. He does only lose one SCV, so. And he kills every single unit. That is a little bit of a relief. No Reapers to backstab you in a minute or two. That helped even things out as well. Thank you, Santos, for the $5. Thank you for your amazing casts. Thank you for thanking me. Medevac now on its way over with the Cyclone and 4 Marines. Bjorn also has a Cyclone, getting a Raven and a second Cyclone. 2 Cyclones better than 1. I'm actually grabbing a Viking right now. That's a little interesting. You might think that Bjorn's doing a similar build. Want some defense against that, but it's just awkward to have a single Viking produce. It's not like you can't go into Vikings. Of course you can. Woo. Oh, supply blocked. Oh, God. Pretty big supply block, too. Yeah, for a professional? For sure. So he's still going to produce Vikings. Okay, well, there's obviously a chance that he's going to just have the superior firepower. In this case, he absolutely will. Ravens being produced by Bjorn. Clem might not have a lot of Vikings, but it's more than what Bjorn has, so Bjorn would have to depend on auto turrets. Sometimes you can see them actually swap over and dedicate to Viking production on the reactor. Really emphasize Viking tank. I suppose the Viking can also be useful in TVT on the ground. Very cautious coming up here. There are 2 Cyclones, but not where they need to be. If they had scouted this, they might have gotten a couple of great lock-ons. Instead, they were waiting for a potential drop in the main. As I said, well, the Viking, you need to not be locked on. Yeah, okay. Or you're just gonna land. Raven get taken down. Second Raven does get an interference matrix off. And this will be taken care of thanks to the SCV pool alongside of it. That was actually a really nice handling of that from Bjorn. That was supposed to be scary. That was supposed to either stay there longer because Bjorn doesn't pull everything to kill it. Or, if the SCVs are pulled, kill, what, 6, 7? At least the SCVs? Instead, it only grabs 2. Bjorn's swift response wins out. And his benefit? Much, much faster 3rd CC. Yeah, I'm doing TVT, man. Drop in the main gonna be denied by just a couple of Vikings now produced off of the reactor starports. I don't know when Bjorn swapped over to the reactor, but I actually really like this as a follow-up if that's what it was. He built 2 Ravens, then maybe swapped over at that time. I think that's going to work out really well now that it's also taking care of so much of Clem's army. Clem also swapped onto reactor, though. Okay, all right. So actually, it's going to be 4 Vikings to 4. No one going to have true air superiority. Clem is really going to mix things up here, and he's going to go into a second factory. Ho-ho. Some mech versus bio play, but only if Clem survives. Losing the Liberators of the Cyclone would be devastating, and he does! Oh, crap. But 1 tank still able to fire away. Second one is going to survive 2 fire. And reinforcements coming in a bit faster for Clem means that he might just win this tussle. A bit of a wash, isn't it? Bit of a wash. I would say what's actually really good about this for Clem, even as he maybe technically, I don't even think he lost this, no. Like, 2 Vikings are landed, but he comes out ahead in the workers and the army. But I would say a really big thing was that Bjorn never gets an opportunity to sniff out the mech. If the army comes across the map and gets sieged up and then it sees, 1 Marine produced at a time, it's like, wait a minute, what's going on here? Instead, everything resets. Bjorn might just be assuming that his opponent, so well known for his multitasking and bio play, really not known at all for mech. I mean, even the way he plays Protoss is not mech-like. Not that anyone plays Protoss mech-like nowadays. But anyway, like, this would be one of the last things you predict. And even if they consider building Vikings, this is absolutely a strategy you would do even if you were going into barracks, exactly like what Bjorn is doing. So I don't think this is going to be a really big surprise. Bjorn might start scratching his head at the amount of tanks and kind of put 2 and 2 together, but he just does not know. You want to add on, initially maybe not tech labs, but your 4th and 5th barracks will want tech labs, and he might even not have that. 8 Vikings to 1. I think Clem has an advantage. He's producing 3 Vikings at a time. He's actually, it wasn't a 2-base, 2-starport play, but emphasizing the starports nonetheless as he macros into mech. We've definitely seen Maru do some of this. You would be wary of it if you were facing Maru. Bjorn certainly will. Bjorn faces Maru all the time. But the fact that it's Clem, say, throwing Bjorn for a loop, even the Viking emphasis to begin with, whether or not he sees that it is mech, is probably already a little different. Clem playing Terran is already a little different, so. 7 SCVs do go down. Clem able to escape with basically all of his Vikings. Also gonna add in a Liberator or 2. I mean, as long as he knows he's gonna have 12 Vikings. I mean, you don't need really any more Vikings than that. He can keep on adding in Liberators, either to help out with the main push, the main defense, or even just go for harassment. Beyond 4th and 5th barracks are done, and he's adding reactors to them, so I think he does still assume this is bio. Scan reveals absolutely 0 Marines. Maybe he'll add another tech lab, but... You know, it also reveals kind of a sparse tank line, doesn't it? So much of Clem's army are in these Vikings, which are certainly better than nothing. Aren't exactly what you would usually look at to ground themselves and defend the tanks to a blitz. I guess it works. Double armory now on the way. Obviously, you can be behind in the upgrades and be okay as mech. Where is that 5th barracks? Where are the barracks? There they are. All right. So he didn't like cancel any reactors to build another tech lab, but certainly he'll add tech labs. Well, I was gonna say to his 5th through 8th barracks. That might not be true. I mean, at one point in time, Bio versus Mech was a very classic back and forth matchup where it was truly Bio versus Mech. Nowadays, oh no, there's the 3 extra barracks. Nowadays, it very quickly gets into just starport versus starport. Beyond's a little less likely to do that, though. He's definitely someone who loves playing this high aggression 8-rack style no matter what he's up against. So he's maybe going to stick on it longer than anyone else would, but inevitably, and I do feel like in this game it is inevitable, you need to go into starports against Mech. There's just no breaking a Mech player who has successfully taken 3 bases without any interruption, so 6 gases. Their 4th barely had interruption. That's where you'd really want to start gaining advantages. And that didn't happen. And has plenty of tanks, so it's not a matter of finding the tanks mispositioned. There's just too many, you can't. Dan's gonna try. I mean, 4 tanks, not that impressive. Still not even sieged. Clam very low on mobile units. Not that Hellions are that helpful, but... See him move almost entirely over to the left. That's not the whole army. Clem needs to split his tanks a little bit. Losing a couple of tanks here and there is not devastating, but also losing some SCVs. Yeah, still not bad at all. Now I would say this is good count. The Liberators, SimCity, Sat Defense, 5 tanks, Planetary. Yeah. That's going to be enough. Now we just basically need the same thing on this side. And then maybe some caution as far as a gut punch up the middle, because that is kind of like a vulnerability. It'd be a very, 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 very risky play for Beyond to just try and go through the middle here. Because all the Vikings would kill his medevacs and he would have no escape. Yeah, 21 Vikings. Again, this is like, I really feel like this is how Mario has played some mech games before. And he did, I thought over-make Vikings. Like, I would say 21 is over-making them, typically. But Mario does it, Clem does it. I'm bad, they're good. Alright. Feel like maybe a couple more tanks would have been better. As we do have this little push down the middle like I was foreshadowing. Just the Marines. I mean, this is not an expensive Marine force for Beyond, who is getting up to 5 bases, so... It manages to get on top of SCVs and kill a couple of reinforcing tanks or Liberators or Vikings. Beautiful. I mean, that would be funny to see Vikings like go to this corner base and kill it. And I think I have seen that before, but it's a very risky play to send all your Vikings, which are extremely vulnerable to a relatively low number of bio, right? Across the map. Yeah, 92 SCVs from Beyond. Which might be a little bit too much for right now. Okay, maybe not. Maybe not. No, never mind. I was like, how many mineral patches does he actually have to mine from? But he still has a good amount. And he is still expanding on location. But Clem is able to get to 5 bases on this map with relative ease. A 5th base that also pushes him closer to his opponent. Good lord, the freedom! Can you feel it? Are you feeling it now, Mr. Krabs? So many Liberator zones. Beyond has never made the transition over into air, and I just don't believe in his ability to win. I'm gonna be a real Debbie Downer right now. There is a certain point where mech is just better. And I feel like Clem is basically there. He is going to start his transition. Okay, so but it still feels like, the fact that his 8 racks were building as Clem was on 170 supply 4 bases was just really what I already didn't have a lot of faith in. But, maybe this is still possible. Planetary not being repaired. Very last seconds repair is coming through. Might just be enough. It is not. And that is actually a kind of hefty loss. The time at which this is not a planetary is a vulnerability for Clem, as he tries to defend basically 3 fronts, let's say, with one substantially weaker. It's a little scary. It's a little sketch. But this is Beyond has to start adding in his own Vikings while continuing to find damage, force Clem to not bank a bajillion dollars and have 5 starports. You're not feeling a Clem win? I'm still feeling pretty good for Clem. I don't know. You have a mech player whose army is already generally better in a direct fight. That also has 50 more army supply, 40 more army supply. Vikings are gonna have to land. Or are they? No, they're not. There's a tank line. There is a deep tank line. But that was a little bit of a delayed, I suppose, defense. Clem had the tank line, he had the depth to make sure that the planetary was ever going to go down, but he did lose a good number of tanks on the front. 2-2 is almost done. Bjorn is actually adding on Thors. So he built an extra starport or 2, but isn't using them. He's going into Thor production. Okay, well that is a possibility. Oh, he also is building Vikings, alright. I mean, he's eventually going to try and win the air war. He needed to make sure that he didn't open himself up to a tank attack, which I actually still feel like there's a possibility for Clem. Let's look. 21 tanks. He leaves like 6 at home. Gosh, I mostly wish we just didn't have 21 Vikings. Now 19, but I feel like we had stopped at 14. Like that's still a couple of more than a couple extra tanks that I think would have been very impactful. Yes. To be fair, Clem did just win a game in TVP where he actually did just turtle. He pushed out, but only to expand. Alright? And that might be his plan again here. So I'm talking as if Clem might have a counterattack in mind. No. Shut up, ZombieGrub. I guess he's just gonna turtle. And in that aspect, I mean, the sky's the limit. If the guy turtles, that means that you actually have, as long as the map has resources, you have time to try and break him. There is no timer. Well, there is a timer, but it's very, very, very late. And so yeah, of course, beyond, he played 15 minutes with Mass Bio. Now, in the last 3 or 4 minutes, he has gone into Viking and Thor production, and he will eventually be able to sacrifice SCPs. Oh, push, little push. And I absolutely, feel like Clem pushing is a good thing. I feel like he is extremely scary when all of his tanks are together, which was not the case whenever he was defending. When he pushes a little ahead, takes out a handful of units, and still very cautious about what his opponent is up to. Kind of picking up some signs as to what really is going down here, too. Because for Clem, he's not quite sure what the composition of his opponent is. He knows that even without scans. Beyond must have all the bases. Beyond must have the variety of options. Starports, factories, barracks, whatever the fuck he wants. But what is he actually producing? Triple medevac drop into the main when Clem is totally maxed out. A single tank is gonna pop? It's like, okay. Well, Liberators. Good. Liberator good. Transformation Servos is done. Transformation Servos, most commonly gotten for the Hellbat transition, but does affect Vikings and Thors, right? Totally making that one up. Unfortunately, it doesn't affect tanks or Liberators, which would make it super overpowered. I'm a little surprised Bjorn is bothering to get Caduceus Reactor, but I think he really is just grabbing everything and anything. Because he also grabbed the 4 factories. Yeah, you just have to talk about There's so little mech nowadays. You just have to talk about Thors and transformation servos often anymore. Liberators, I was gonna say, sometimes it is wise to use them as their anti-air property, but sometimes not so much. In this case, he is gonna need to pick and choose. I mean, the tanks will cover against the Thors, but the Liberators sometimes, you know, they don't look very impressive using their anti-air like that. The Viking Council going in favor of Clem. No upgrades for Clem's air as far as the weapons, by the way. So we didn't get too far ahead in that regard. Fast siege tanks would be a crime. I mean, it'd be totally broken. And it would be super fun. Just like 8 tanks flying through the air in a medevac. I think Bjorn wanted to open up every opportunity possible and then maybe realize he actually didn't have a crazy amount of gas. Like, I thought it was still a good amount of gas to have, but that, you know, how long does that really go when you remake Thors and Vikings? A couple of tanks being found, trying to move to the corner, which has just been taken care of thanks to Vikings landing. Transformation servos not researched for Bjorn, which I think is absolutely a worthwhile upgrade. It's really cheap too, isn't it? 75.75. So I absolutely think it's worth it for the Vikings he's producing in the Thors. I'd have forgotten about it, and I remembered Caduceus. Liberators from Bjorn now in play. Obviously, the Viking count is being won by Clem again, 28-9. But if Liberators can find tanks not defended, great. Which is kind of what's happening. But now the tanks are blasting away here. I don't know how the Liberators weren't attacking that one, because the scan did eventually come down, but all right. Yeah, and Bjorn thought that might have been a moment there, because he did dedicate to the attack for a while longer as the tanks just free-fired on his army. He is not necessarily correct about that, and now that opens up the opportunity for Clem to actually fire on this base, which, by the way, apparently has all the starports. Hello. Bjorn is going to say, well, to hell with that army. I'm just going to try and run by, counterattack. I don't think we can get a base trade, but we'll find out. Planetary is going to hold for some time, although no building armor. What are these missed upgrades? It would have died anyway. Tanks were being able to fire on it. These tanks are going to be left to deal with the starports, because that's definitely a good find. How much mining does Clem have left over? Still 2 bases, rather healthily mining. This one is going to be replaced. Oh, Spurs are 700. Okay, my bad. My bad. Maybe it's 75-75 in the campaign. Play too much co-op. Half of the Vikings land. Fair enough. Just something like, to a point, it's literally body blocking the tanks. That's really all they have to be used for. But the fact that Clem is mindful and actually only sieging half of them is some of them. It's just a funny little, addition to TBT. How well do you strategize your landed versus air Vikings? Bjorn is starting to really lose out in the supply. Remember, he still has 20 of it in workers. Seems like some mod has been mindful enough to try and delay the ads, but we've reached the end of our dismisses. Will this game end before the ad break? 19 Vikings to 13. The Thors aren't really getting into the action on either side thus far. Clem building a command center there? Really? Okay. All right. Okay. I guess it's being built. It's working. Equal army supply as Clem can't quite max out. He's forced to build Hellions because the gas is now a problem. He desperately needs these gases. But then eventually Bjorn will also, but 1,000 in the bank's good to have. Unfortunately, never doing any amount of run-bys or harassment. Even 3 tanks being sent over here right now would be pretty worth, but obviously Clem knows about the base. He would love to take out the base. There is a lot of things going on. And right now I think his focus is on basically trying to win. He has a line of attack toward his opponent where all of his army's marching toward. He thinks he can do it, but we got a lot of bio having been built up. Bjorn kind of sneaking back into a bio supply. He's getting more and more mobile, so he takes out another command center. Clem forced to disengage at least about half of his army. He still leaves half, though. I like that. I think that's a good plan. Mostly marauders, by the way, so a lifted command center will solve all your problems. This command center is mining. Planetary did in fact go down. Scan ahead reveals the Vikings are no longer protecting the tanks, so the tanks are like, okay, see you later, losers. Command center was finally lifted. Clem's trying to, you know, attack and defend and siege and unsiege, protect everything that he can, and and now he is protecting a base. Is he though? Is he though? Is he though? Is he? 15 to 20. Bjorn finally has a Viking lead, I think, for the first time in this game. He also has a upgrade lead, +3 ship to +1. Uh-oh, wait a second. Clem, where did the supply go? Oh, it just disappeared, man. GG's. Bjorn built up too much of a bank, had too many opportunities to remax, and wins game 1. Good lord. I'm going to bring politics into the chat for 1 second. So, Lindsey Graham died. Truly terrible person. Glad he's dead. And, initially it was just like his wish was for his wife to replace him. But now it seems like they really are going to try and do that. She has 0 qualifications. But it reminds me of a scene in Y: The Last Man, which is a comic book, but also a TV series. But when all of the men died, that's the book. All the men die. There are some women who actually are in politics, but it's overwhelmingly Democrats because more women are in Democrat seats of power. So all the Republican women whose husbands died, they are angry about this, that the government's now represented by mostly Democrats, and they siege the White House, and they demand for them to take the seats of their husbands. And they also have 0 political experience, but it's not often I get to reference Y: The Last Man. Oh, his sister, sorry. Sorry, my bad. I was going to talk about the wives of Last Man, so I said wife. His sister. That's what's happening in real life. His sister is looking to replace Lindsey Graham. In Y: The Last Man, it was the wives that demanded to replace the Republicans who all died. Alright, bottom left it is Clem, top right it is Bjorn. There wasn't really a resolution, I feel like, actually, in the comic book for what happens to the government. It was kind of... It was kind of skipped over. Y: The Last Man was made like 20 years ago. So what happens is the, like, agricultural secretary or some shit ends up being the president. And she is Republican, but she comes to the White House and sees the Republican wives sieging the White House, and they think she's going to help. And then she's like, fucking stupid, get out! And everything's a-okay after that. The show, I think, was going to go a lot more into it. Because the show was going to look into expand on a lot of things that the comic book didn't. But it got canceled. Anywho. Politics or comic books? I brought both in. No, you smell. Okay, wait. He's a smelly boy, Apollo. Smelly boy. So factory expand from... oh, wait, no, that's command center. Command center first. Shit. One racks expand as the command center is placed on the high grounds. Beyond ditto. Both of them maybe a little... 2 racks shy. I mean, honestly, both of them could have done it. Clem has been, let's say, a little more loosey-goosey about his... how do I say this? His tournaments, so... You know, he'll be a little spicier with some of his comments. Sometimes he won't GG. Sometimes he'll play a game where you can just really tell that his heart wasn't in it. And so he has been known to go down a game and then, you know, a very long game. And then, like a lot of other Terrans especially, 2 racks. It's not a bad thing, but I do feel like the odds of it increase if it was like a super long first game. And same, you know, for Bjorn, who now has a point already. If he 2 racks and the gamble is worth it, then he just wins easy peasy, you know, long extended bio versus mech necessity. But neither one do it. Both of them respect it. And they go into, I was gonna say similar builds, and actually no, Beyond doing a very old, I want to say, build with Hellions. Hellion openers. I mean, were such a thing in Heart of the Swarm. It was crazy. Even after there weren't Hellbat drops. So Hellbat drops happened before they reduced the cargo space that Hellbat took up. But besides that, but it still became a Hellion war. And it was really odd seeing that. I could never really get into it. It's like this is what Bjorn's doing again. 6 Hellion opener. I feel like I haven't seen that in a while. But I also, you don't see too many TVTs. Maybe next Hassan. I don't want to be any of the people you're mentioning right now. Ooh, no supply block, but 6 Hellions and a Reaper is going to be good enough. Good enough. Auto turret was wanting to be saved by the looks of things. Instead, the Raven dies. It could have used the auto turret faster. Bjorn was pretty sure he wouldn't need it. Good eye for Clem, seeing that there was a Raven just chilling. Decided to lock on to that instead. And will not lose the medevac. Oh, there you go. There's the auto turret doing its job. First reasonable political streamer. There are a lot of very reasonable people who stream on Twitch who talk about politics in a reasonable manner, I would say. You just actually have to find them. And they're not the most popular because they're not dramatic. They don't get the views. They don't cause the controversies. We do have a 2 starport opening this time around, so I kind of mentioned this last game. Where Clem, he emphasized starports, but only after his 3rd CC, so that's more of like a compositional choice to, you know, but this very early on build, fairly dedicated, something that Bjorn would love to be able to scout, so to have a proper response. I feel like already his trajectory isn't bad. He's once again going into reactored Vikings. I say that, but of course, you know, obviously with 1 more starport, you have 1 more Viking with every production round. Bjorn will lose out in the air war. But I think he'll be able to work with the number of Vikings that he has. What I wouldn't want to see is just the amount of production being stalled as you build your add-ons and your extra barracks. Not using this for anything. That's what I would be more scared of. This 3rd CC also on location is actually a really good thing. The faster you produce it, the faster you can lift it and leave it if you needed to. Although the Vikings, I guess, could still potentially kill it. That should not happen. And also, just honestly, the more likely it is that they just do not realize your third is done. They think it's going to be up in the main base. It becomes a obstacle, a little SimCity that works against you, another vulnerable point. You slap it on location. There's a real chance that Clem never goes to see it. Bjorn did not see the double starport, but he has seen the incoming army. The number of Vikings is odd, so he might be able to know that it's 2 starports. Point is, just produce. Like, he's just got to buy time and produce as much as possible. Eventually, Defender's Advantage will kick in. 2 Ravens to 2. Interference would just come down on the side of Bjorn, but auto turrets are also good, and that's what Clem went for. And that just favored Clem quite heavily. Both of them lost a Raven, and, well, this command center was found out, so much for that plan. SCVs die as well. He will want to start moving that, I feel like. Or maybe he was hoping that it would actually get a volley of Vikings so that his Vikings would win. That's not really what happened, though, is it? Nope, this has gone disastrously. This is Clem's game to lose. He's got 4 Vikings to 1, 7 Vikings to 2, and honestly not much else here for Bjorn. He might be in a little bit of disbelief, but he lost this game so easily. It happens. The 2 starport, 2 base play can be very strong. I think it's frustrating when you are able to determine what your opponent is doing, and you know theoretically what to do against it, and you do not win despite that knowledge. He's probably berating himself over the engagement in particular. And how that went down. Bjorn does not want to give up easily. Yeah, Viking's pretty good against mechanical. GG's. Clem will fight back and bring us to a game 3. For the fans. Apollo wanted to sit in my lap that game, but he was stinky. You still stinky? Can't tell. Alright, come on. Meow. Meow. No, that's not Apollo, that's Dimitri. Excuse me. What is Clem's TVT win rate? God, that would not be accurate at all. He plays so little. I have no idea. Top right of Sanctuary 3, it is Clem. Bottom left, it is Bjorn. Well, that's exactly what Dimitri is demanding. He wants the churro. So Clem brings out the 2 starport play, and it works out really wonderfully. I do think Bjorn, if there's one thing to immediately improve on, it was the engagement that happened. You could argue that he could have thrown down a scan faster on the natural, which would often be where a second starport is. and then maybe do something with his build, but there's very little he could have done. Like I said, it's... like, maybe he could have had a slightly faster 2 Marine production if he had used the Starport's reactor for one of his barracks, but I think you'll agree that doesn't sound like it would really change much. It actually been much worse. But there's not really much you can do. You have your 111, you have your 3CC, you are building your second and third barracks. But there's not much else you can do, even if you do scan. I guess if you scan early enough, you can also add on your second starport. That's not typically an option, though, when you see that 2-base, 2-starport play. The other guy doesn't usually get that opportunity. I think it had a lot more to do with, one, the loss of that Raven. He was supposed to have 3 Ravens, or, alternatively, more Vikings, right? Because then he wouldn't have built the extra Raven that he did. He would have just gone 2 and then went into Vikings faster. Which either way would have been very helpful. 3rd Raven with auto turrets or interference matrix, very helpful. And then extra pair of Vikings would have been extremely helpful. Then the actual engagement itself. Maybe shouldn't have thrown down interference matrix. Hindsight 2020. It's also, I would say, unlikely for the defender to actually nip that build in the bud with just their army. I would say a lot of the times it is typical to have to pull your SCVs, and it's very effective as well, especially if there aren't any auto turrets left over. Because, you know, tanks are such a part of that build. But anyway, we can dwell on the past a little bit, because there's 2 minutes nothing happens. Hopefully Bjorn does not. Bjorn is looking to go for this high ground command center, playing it nice and safe. Clem figures he doesn't have to do that anymore. Plus he went for factory expand, so it's already pretty safe anyway. So his command center will be later, but by not much. With Bjorn having to lift his over. Clem would still want to grab 1 or 2 SCVs to really even this up. Initially, he's going to see no command center. Maybe be a little scared, but know that last game there's a high ground command center. Hey, look at that. Ah, lost a Reaper. I wonder, honestly, this actually might just be completely even with having to lift the command center. I do love, I think this is a slightly faster SCV mining on the gas. Tactics. This might just turn out to be completely even. Now, Bjorn should still have 1 SCV, right? 1 SCV more? Come on, give me 1 SCV more. Regardless of the SCVs, which I am looking at. We also have a Cyclone drop for Clem. Cyclone being built for Bjorn as well as a Raven. Will Clem add on his own Ravens, looks like it. And there is that 1 SCV. Yeah, 1 SCV. Nailed it. It would have been 2, 2.5-ish, 3, whatever, if it was built on the low ground. Well, that's not how Clem wanted his Cyclone to lock on. Lift, try again. He didn't kill the Cyclone! That sucks. Clem loses all of his drop, except the medevac. And if he had gotten his opponent's Cyclone, wouldn't have been much for him to do anyway, because there really is nothing in this medevac. But it still would have been a little nicer. Ooh. Ooh, a little supply block. Ooh, Bjorn is a little distracted. Later supply depot. Oh, okay then. A Raven was flying through the middle of the map. And that forced the tap out. Okie dokie then. It is pretty devastating to lose a Raven. It was a dangerous play to send a Raven out in general. Thought maybe he could sneak it over into the natural, I guess. It doesn't look like he misrallied because it's kind of coming from an angle. But yeah, well, that was not the ending I expected. GG's. Bjorn wins the best of 3, so he wins the overall tournament because he was in the winners. He absolutely does not leave if it's a bigger tournament, but that is pretty devastating to have the drop do nothing and then the Raven to die. Yeah. The good news is that finished the tournament before the ad break. Bjorn. I feel like so many of the Monday Night Weeklies have had Thank you, Scoutsy Justice, for tier 3. 55 months in a row. So many of the Monday Night Weeklies have had really abrupt endings. I feel like I'm often left not knowing what to do. It's weird. But, alright. After that shock, I have an idea. We can just go play some difficult campaign. Oh, I do have to restart though, because I need to bring up my... Oh, it's not my recently used stuff. Gotta bring up the custom campaign manager. I guess while I do that and go to the bathroom, we'll just play a little ad break, I guess. Go away, cat. I'm back. Clem should go his best, even if you lose, you get XP and its value. Nah. Oh god.
Is now cutting through the door's thumb.
No, I mean, it's always cool when, you know, they play their heart out and all that, but I don't, the kid plays like a billion games. leaving games early, I think, hardly affects his practice. Okay, all right. This has been a tough one. So, all right, lock in. Fucking. All right.
Barrier.
Gateway coming through.
You don't look at your moments like that? Well,
Bring it on.
I mean, I don't want to be rude, but no one cares. it's
Sir, more air
it's
units
how
inbound.
Clem looks at
We
his
gotta take 'em
moments.
out, or they'll keep dropping troops right on top of us.
And he thought that wasn't worth playing out.
Alright, bring it on. I can't build here. Show on your mind. I reach you, sir. Let's get into
You might be overestimating how much information he gets from
What do you want?
continuing to play that. And he plays Yun like a bajillion times.
Our SC2 additional
What do you want?
Stop killing
I can't build here.
my supply depots.
Be ready. You want a piece of me, boy?
Ugh.
base is under attack. Our SC2
Freaking scouts.
What do you want? Alright, bring it on. Yeah. Big job. That's obligatory. It's blocked.
Thanks, man.
I reach you. What do you want?
These Dragoons have 10 range, by the way.
Yeah. Gangway coming through.
mineral field depleted.
Reporting for action.
I'm on it. All right, bring it on.
Base is under attack.
How about lending a hand? In the rear with the gear.
Damn it. Wish I had that automatic, See if we can start mind control units. Maybe that'll help.
Oh, really?
That auto fire extinguishers thingy majigger. Thank you, Roddy, for the raid. Welcome, everyone. No! We're playing a roguelike StarCraft 2 campaign. Thank you, Roddy, for the 103 months as well. Where the Dragoons have 10 range in this mission. And a bunch of other things. Talents and curses. Next store, they give the 21-month
Upgrade
resub.
What's going on? Sure thing.
Got freedom, liberation is at hand.
You might think this is enough liberators.
Easy.
You'd be wrong.
I can't build here.
Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals.
Fueled up, ready to go. Damn it.
Thermal barrier breached. The laser drill is now cutting through the core.
They seek to befoul the legacy of the gods. Destroy them.
Oh, really?
Our SC base is under attack.
There's another wave of air units heading your way. These guys just won't give up. Stick it to them, boys.
Some guns around the drill. Lose it.
No, not again!
Get an SCV to repair that laser.
Fuck!
We're gonna need it to get to the artifact.
Ah. Them tearing down the laser drill is the worst way to lose.
The laser drill is now cutting through the door's thermal barrier.
Want a piece of me, boy? In the rear with the gear. All right, bring it on. SCV ready. What's going on, huh?
Sir, more air units inbound.
We gotta take them out, or they'll keep dropping troops right on top of us.
Reporting for action. Standing by.
Mineral field depleted.
One Viking just does not do it very quickly, does it?
In the rear with the gear.
Now
Yes, Commander.
acknowledged.
Gangway, coming through. In
Liberation is at hand.
I can't build here.
Additional supply depots required. Our SCV.
Are you fucking serious? God, I hate when that happens.
SCV ready.
The fucking Protoss army, which was supposed to go up here, went over there. Why?
Mineral field depleted.
I read you, sir. Go ahead. Yep. Bad news. What do you want?
Base is under attack.
Oh, really?
Mineral field depleted.
I should be able to get the extras done, but now that I've lost my medivacs.
Roger.
Upgrade complete.
Well? It's a trap. Course laid in. Yes, Commander.
Cyamator has a weakness. Things die too fast. There we go.
Patching you through.
There's a Hydra because every time something dies, there's a chance that Zerg will just spawn.
Oh, really?
Just one of the curses I have.
Well,
Oh, I need a ground unit! You fucking kidding me?
Liberation of the town. We regroup. As you say.
Our SCVs are under attack.
what is it?
Upgrade complete.
Ready for dust off. I heard that. Acknowledged. Understood.
Well? Okay.
Oh, there's no supercharged liberators. Okay. Just a battle cruiser.
You hail?
Thermal barrier breached. The laser drill is now cutting through the core.
They seek to befoul the legacy of the gods. Destroy them.
Base is under attack.
There's another wave of air units heading your way. These guys just won't give up. Stick it to them, boys.
Some guns around the drill. Lose it, and we're screwed.
Did I lose my Archon? I lost my Archon. Ah, not the big Colossus.
Well?
Oh wait, no, he's right there.
Whatever that means.
Our SCVs are under attack. Base is under attack.
It's your dime.
Attention!
Hell yeah! Fuck you, I got the gigantic Colossus!
What is
Base
it?
our SCVs are under attack.
Inbound.
Hatch.
There's still so many. Oh god.
Life flight's here.
What is it?
What's going on?
Patching you through.
SCVs are under attack.
I keep
We have you on screen.
Yes, Commander. Well?
Base is under attack.
Standing by.
That was too fast.
Patching you through.
Talk to me.
Oh, really? What is it?
Huh?
Well? Yes, Commander.
Alright, despite losing all my war pigs. Did it. 300 mineral injury, fires, minerals.
Course
Liberation is at hand. We have you on screen. Perfect. Initiating.
I actually really want to kill the High Templars more than anything else. The only thing is they're damaging my
Attention.
liberators. No, zoom out, zoom out! Ah! God.
Of course.
Maybe I shouldn't stock them.
Gaza exhausted.
I know that's
In
such a
the rear
problem.
With the gear.
We have you on screen. Easy. Attention. Yes, sir.
Our SCVs are under attack.
What is it?
Need something liberated? Perfect.
Base is under attack.
I don't want to kill any of you. Oh, they're immortal.
We're returning fire.
Go ahead. In the rear with the gear.
Unacceptable landing zone.
Mind control is a good idea. I should have done that in previous runs.
Bad news? Damn it, man! Roll it!
I thought there's gonna be like another round of warp prisms. I can't click on the bastards.
Base is under attack.
Punching you through.
Liberation is at hand. Got freedom? Initiating.
Annihilate.
Big job. Go ahead. Bad news? Yes, sir. In the rear with the gear.
Are we doing it? Are we winning?
Not enough minerals.
Am I gonna beat it?
We shall serve forever.
Not enough minerals.
Huh?
Not enough minerals.
Yeah, give me more minerals.
Not enough
SCV
minerals.
ready. In the rear with the gear.
Not enough minerals.
We're gonna do one last hurrah.
Need something liberated?
SCV ready.
Must have lost that Viking, right? Oh no, we still. Where do you go, buddy?
Yeah, right.
Okay.
Yes, indeed.
Derp out.
Agreed.
All hands to battle station.
Bad news? Go ahead. Huh?
Not enough minerals.
We're so close.
SCV ready. In the rear with the gear.
Kind of affording one SCV at a time. But we're getting there.
Waiting on you.
SCV ready. It's a trap.
Base is under attack.
Oh, fuck. Alright, hopefully we win with the army we have.
En route.
Technically, we can still get a little bit more army thanks to this bad boy. Hell yeah. Worthwhile investment. Well, I'm not defending that anymore, am I?
We have you on screen. Yes, sir. How can we help? We read you. Need something liberated? Ah, Commander. Attention! Incoming orders. Easy.
Our SCVs are under attack.
Full speed. Perfect.
Storm surge, storm surge.
Our SCVs
But we're still doing it. I think we're gonna win.
You held? In the rear with the gear.
Save all the repair for a potential repair on this
The
thing.
doorway core is imminent. Structured access imminent.
It is our sacred duty to stop these defilers.
Yeah.
Burn them to ashes.
Biggs, what is it?
We're doing it! We're gonna win! The last hurrah was the weakest of them all. This is a bullshit. Woof. That only took me like 20 tries. Woo. The psi emitter, the mind control thing, was 100% worth it. 10 additional missiles. Models attack faster but have their range reduced. Attack structures on defender mode! Ah! Definitely getting that one. Its impacts are addictive. Your units will use them anytime they can. Okay, well, I just go mech all the time. Fire bats, roaches, and stalkers gain armor. I don't think that's that bad. We'll find out. I really don't want to do the Fog of War one.
For now.
Maybe I'll have to
Word
eventually.
of this sacrilege will echo across the stars, James Raynor. The day of reckoning draws near.
These artifacts of yours seem real popular, Tychus.
What do we care? As long as the pay's good.
Really? I'd say getting vaporized by the Tal'Darim definitely counts as diminishing returns.
Liberator is going to be the reason I win this campaign at all. It's getting mighty difficult. I don't think we're near the end. What are we, halfway through or something? This Rainer guy spells his name wrong. Okay, no, it's supposed to be with an E. No. Which one's Belly of the Beast? Is that the finale? The finale?
I bring tidings of doom.
Zeratul.
I have pierced the veil of the future and beheld only.
Oh, the hero one? Ugh. Hate hero missions.
Yet one spark of hope remains. You will hold her life in your hands. And though justice demands that she die for her crimes, only she can save us.
Wait a second. You're talking about Kerrigan. It's been 4 years. You show up out of nowhere and...
Time is short. You must understand. The answers you seek lie within. Study it well. The fate of creation hangs in the balance.
Nice to see you too.
Probably a less dramatic way for Zeratul to have made that entrance, but... You know those Protoss, they're all about the
Crystals
drama.
before. Supposedly they allow you to relive another person's memories. For Zeratul's uncovered.
Yeah. Alright, Minofield's investigating guises of double resources. That's extremely helpful for the train mission that we can't beat. All mineral fields are replaced by rich mineral fields. Cyclone attacks while locked on splash. Not really making mass cyclones. Same with Herx. I do make warhounds occasionally. Taro Tacitor probably translates to yes, slay queen. So that's what I always think of it as.
Lots of folks ready to fight. For the right price.
I don't actually have to go to this menu. I don't know why I keep doing that. You would freeze the gold minerals. Yeah. I don't know what means that I froze it. Does that mean that I froze it? Both look the fucking same. Shadow Dritzt. Thank you for the 6 months. Yeah, it's such a barely light up though, right? Like that's not lit up, that's lit up. I think I'm doing it. It's needs more distinction.
Raynor, the hounds of the...
Okay, lady.
Zeratul. What the hell have you gotten yourself into?
Friend Raynor, long has it been since we stood together against the Swarm. Since then, I have wandered the void in solitude, seeking an ancient prophecy, rumored to foretell the return of the Selnaga.
I already know this. I've played through the campaign missions. Oh yeah, but this is a cinematic. Well, watch the cinematic, of course.
The Zerg swarm came as was foretold. And the Protoss, firstborn of the gods, rose to fight them. Now, the Selnaga that forged us all are returning. But do they come to save? Or to destroy?
eventually.
Your very presence
heals.
defiles this place,
Gotta
Kerrigan.
make them calves and butt look
hear
good.
them, ZC2, whispering from the stars. The galaxy will burn with their coming.
Perhaps. But you won't live to see it.
Please. Our petty conflicts mean nothing now. A storm is coming that cannot be stopped. Fitting that we should face oblivion together.
Kerrigan roguelike mentions her heels. So Kerrigan wears regular shoes, minus 10 strength. Isn't it cute? The Hydra wants to be pet.
Fate cannot be changed. The end comes. And when it finds me,
They're just little
I
puppies.
shall embrace it at last.
The prophecy is uncertain. There is always hope.
Shadow Dritz, thank you very much for the 5 gifted subs. I think she's barefoot. I'm gonna put in my vote for barefoot. Hello.
My burdens weigh heavily.
They can hear you. Each transition summons their on location. God.
Ire will be restored. The prophecy was divided into fragments, each kept at separate shrines. I must gather them and depart this world quickly.
Kerrigan herself is just a giant shoe. That's also a very good theory. Where does the shoe end and the body begin?
Russia. This chasm is vast. It is fortunate that I can phase through the shadows to the other side.
Yes, it is fortunate, Zeratul. It's like they designed it. Shoe Ergen. Shoe-tralisk.
Spore crawlers can detect my presence. I should stun them with my void prism. I will fulfill my calling.
Uh-oh.
Honor commands. There is much to answer.
Shoe reminded the shoe form.
En Aludin. Glory to the firstborn. In the service of Ire.
Huh? What's a beacon do? What? Okay.
You
oh,
address me.
checkpoint. Okay, sure.
I will fulfill my calling. That spore crawler can detect me from across the chasm. It must be destroyed.
Oh god.
We
I'm dead.
must not hesitate. My allegiance is yours.
Not technically dead, but I'm pretty dead.
That overseer can see through my cloak. I'd best stun it with my void prism before.
Good thing there's a checkpoint.
I will be redeemed. Ire will be restored. In the service of ire.
Well, that makes
to
it
the
trickier.
firstborn.
That makes it tricky, doesn't it? Doesn't it? And then the spores.
My allegiance is yours.
Could I just... Maybe I just run?
En Harudin.
Oh, it does so much damage!
Honor commands. En Harudin. Shagal.
Dude, why does everything do so much damage? Okay, maybe I'll try and kill that spore.
Weigh heavily. I will fulfill my calling.
Damn it. Okay, well, he doesn't chase me, so that's something.
Sodash Salak. Glory to the firstborn. Arun Aladan. We must not hesitate. We must act. In the service of ire. Honor commands.
So...
I will fulfill
Okey-dokey.
my calling.
Not too bad.
The first fragment of the prophecy. Soon all will be made clear.
Why not surrender yourself to oblivion, Zeratul?
Hello.
Wouldn't it be better to end your struggle now than witness the final agonizing moments of your species?
The foreboding prophecy weighs heavily on my heart. I'd best reach the remaining shrines before she reconsiders letting me live. En Harudin Rashagal. We must not. So much for Kerrigan's reprieve. Oh, Shakuras. Harudin.
There's no way I save the stalkers, right?
Rashagal. Ire will be
Saving the stalkers would have been crazy.
We must not hesitate. En Harudin Rashagal.
Is micro better there? Oh yeah, sure.
Honor commands.
Okay.
My allegiance is yours.
You guys are dead
That
too.
patrol of brood lords must be dealt with cautiously, or he will be torn asunder. Sukda Salak.
Okay. Stop it!
I will fulfill my calling.
Imagine not doing a death list. I'm sorry, I'm so bad at this
Ire
game.
will be restored.
Let me just chill here for a second. Well, you know, be nice if I had stalkers to shoot stuff, but Zeratul is a
must not hesitate.
independent man. Protoss thing.
En Harudin.
Oh.
Honor commands. burdens
Do I
weigh
actually get to use these guys? Doubtful.
Glory to the firstborn. Prepare for an aerial attack. Brace yourselves, my brethren. I will erase the demons of the past.
Am I supposed to see up there?
We must not hesitate.
I have to kill the ground army?
My calling. Honor commands. My allegiance is yours. En Albi Rashagal.
What? What? Why would that work on them?
Glory to the firstborn.
Priz is the enemy. I guess it is the enemy.
In the service of fire. Dash Salak. Fire will be restored. Dash Salak. En Arudin Rashagal. En Arudin Rashagal. Honor commands.
I mean, yeah, it'll just reset me back here.
I will erase the Queen of Blades built hatcheries here. She seeks to subvert this sacred world.
Hey.
I shall put an end to that plan.
To do the bonus.
We must not hesitate. You address me. I am the voice. Cold is the void. Very wise. I am the heart of darkness. Very well. Speak up. We are one with the shadows. I serve for now. It shall be as you say. I will be redeemed.
Yep. Stupid mouse. Oh my god.
So cold is the void.
That's not what I wanted to have happen.
My burdens weigh heavily. You address me. I am the heart of darkness. We are one with the shadow. Speak up. I will erase the demons of the past. I am the voice of the eclipse. I am the cold. You address me. You require my skills. Reckoning. We are one with the shadow. I will
Cradots.
I will be redeemed.
Collides can fire at air and ground units. What am I slowly charges twice as fast? Predator lightning fields. And energy of enemies? I do kind of like this one. Then I also like the one of mine ones. The thing is, like, there's been a decent amount of Predator upgrades, but I still can't... can't really get on board with making them. You can bring them in live with live, yeah. I mean, I'm not making really all that many Widow Mines, though. Like, the Predators are just a little more tempting because I have Death Rattle, but... Nah, I'll go with Glass. StarCraft 2 roguelike. You need to join the Giant Grant Games Discord
fragment of the prophecy.
to access it.
My task is nearly complete.
I am the voice of the eclipse.
This one. Okay. Alright, reintroduced.
Your hope is an illusion, old fool.
If you can so easily read my mind, Kerrigan, you'll see that I'll never give up so long as hope remains. Careful now. Kerrigan has set guards to bar our way.
Stop it!
Be a trap. We should take them out carefully, one at a time, or risk being overwhelmed.
Alright, is this gonna continue happening?
You address me.
I'm not gonna kill this quick.
I am the voice of the eclipse.
Ah!
It shall be.
Shozak.
We are one with the shadows. Veraku. Very well.
It actually worked out.
My burdens weigh heavily.
That was fine.
State thy bidding.
My burdens weigh heavily.
You require my skills.
I was absolutely not expecting the ultra though.
Shozak.
I am the voice of the eclipse. Intruding. We move unseen.
Nah, it's my first time playing the mod.
You address me? Arun Aladan.
Yeah, I think it's very fun.
Demons. State that. My burdens weigh heavily.
I am the voice of the eclipse.
I will erase the demons of the past. The banelings spew acid when they die. Stalkers, take them out from a distance.
I am the code. You require my skills.
Oh, that's what you want me to do? Oops.
In the service of Ire. Ire will be restored. Sukdash Salak.
Fuck!
We must not hesitate.
Hacksaws?
Spine crawlers. Kill them before they can take root and attack. My allegiance is yours. En Arudin Rashaga.
Antaro Tassadar, Prelixer.
Hello.
I am High Templar Karas. My force tracked the Queen of Blades to this world, yet we know not what she seeks.
Send waves and waves of zealots into them.
Kerrigan and I were both drawn here to uncover an ancient prophecy. With your aid, I pray we can discover it before her.
Uh-huh.
It is an honor, Great One.
Okay.
Lead on.
Okay. Doesn't seem too bad. We're good. It's
I
fine. Oh, I
will
saved the stalker,
erase
apparently.
The demons of the past. My burdens. I've placed the Ultralisk in a void prison. Bring it down, Palace. I will be.
Zeratul, can you destroy the airborne there?
Yes.
These Nidus worms must be destroyed, or the Zerg reinforcements will overwhelm us. Stalkers, take the high ground and support our brethren.
Zeratul has destroyed their worms.
Easy enough, I guess. Nice. Sidestorm is auto?
The final
Not sure
piece
what you
of
mean.
the
I wasn't
prophecy.
controlling the High Templar.
It speaks of one who shall break the cycle of the gods.
Oh yeah, I forgot about the Hatchers.
Most ominous. But if the Queen of Blades seeks this prophecy, we must keep it from her.
The rest is obscured. What?
You might peel away the prophecy's layers, Zeratul, but you cannot outrun the doom that awaits us all.
We cannot prevail against so many.
I will stand against the Queen of Blades while you escape with the fragments.
Thanks, Karas.
I will not abandon you.
The prophecy is more important than either of us. Reveal its secrets, Zeratul. The future rests on it.
Your sacrifice will not be forgotten, brother. I must get to the Void Seeker before the Zerg overwhelm me and the prophecy is lost.
Now,
There
I
is
shall
much
become
to
one with the gods.
Lord, I must get to the Void Seeker and preserve the prophecy. Will I this sacrifice in the service of Iron?
No hack swords. Insurance fraud. Salvaging now refunds 110. Okay. I do like the lemon disperser. Uh, 20% more health it is.
I cannot decipher the fragments on my own, yet I know who might interpret them. The preservers of Zakul. If they cannot, I fear.
It probably will, Zeratul. If you set your expectations low, you'll never be disappointed. Well, I like both of these. I want to save Devil's Minerals for after the train.
My people established a new... We've received reports of a new Dominion south.
Alright, I'm gonna try this one
Never
again.
thought we'd be back to this
See if it's any better. It seemed like going bio first, then into mech was like a okay game plan.
orders?
ready.
This better be good.
Sir, it turns out there are a few Confederate vehicles in the hills the Dominion haven't salvaged yet.
Diamondbacks. Man, I didn't think they made it past prototyping. Their rail guns will be great for stopping those trains. No pun intended.
Except I'll never make
I'll
them.
upload their schematics to our factory network.
There may be other vehicles around that we can commandeer. We should keep our eyes open.
By the numbers, boys. You got it.
Add-on
Got it.
complete.
SCV ready.
I have to get used to the reactor tech lab.
Huh? Well,
Who wants some? Roger that.
SCV ready.
Insufficient Vespine gas.
Big job.
The doctor is in.
You want a piece of me, boy?
Ah! You scared me.
This
SCV
Libs
ready.
again? Always.
Bad news.
who wants some?
In the rear with the
Damn
gear.
mouse.
A train is approaching through a tunnel in the northwest.
Order.
Eventually I'll get 2 SCVs at a time, right? Eventually.
In the rear with the gear.
You gonna give me orders? Boy?
SCV ready. What's going on?
Not enough minerals.
You've been waiting on you.
Not enough minerals.
This better be good. Gateway. Want some? Affirmative.
Okay. Easy start for the first extra train.
Want some? This better be good.
Excellent work, sir. We can utilize the train's scrap payload to build more units. We obviously won't find many natural mineral fields here, so we should make the most of what we can salvage from the trains.
I don't think I actually found all of the Diamondbacks in any run so far. I haven't really been looking.
Go on. Will do.
Up, ready to go. SCV ready. I can't build here.
By the numbers.
A train is coming through the western tunnel.
Check it out, Jimmy. Dominion started sending escorts to protect the
Forgot
trains.
that was the other side.
Gonna give me orders? That. Who wants some? Piece of me, boy? Sure.
Bad news. I can't build here.
Then who wants? This better be good.
SCV ready.
Woo, that's siege up.
What's on your mind?
Woo, baby.
Up, ready to go. SCV ready.
Commander, I'm picking
Lazy
up
Diamondbacks.
increased comm traffic from the Dominion. Sounds like they're planning to attack our base. We better be ready.
Huh?
Not enough. Base is under attack.
Sure thing.
drones exiting the southern tunnel.
This better be good.
Maybe that's the one that I skipped. Aw, crap. I did not notice this.
Armed and ready.
I'm not good at noticing the trains.
Armed and ready. This better be good. You gonna give me orders? Gangway. SCV ready. By the numbers, boys.
Sir, it turns out there are a few Confederate vehicles in the hills the Dominion haven't salvaged yet.
Diamondbacks. Man, I didn't think they made it past
Never getting
prototype.
tired of this dialogue.
Their rail guns will be great for stopping those trains. No pun intended. I'll upload their schematics to our factory network.
There may be other vehicles around that we can commandeer. We should keep our eyes open.
Who wants some? SCV ready.
Insufficient Vespine gas.
This better be good.
The doctor is in.
You want a piece of evil? SCV ready. Who wants some?
Wait, when did I bring an SCV?
Go ahead. You
I
gonna
remember
give
doing
me,
that.
huh? SCV ready. It's been waiting on you. Armed and ready. SCV ready.
Additional supply depots required.
By the numbers, boys.
Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals. A train is approaching through a tunnel in the northwest. Not enough minerals.
This better be good. What's you gonna do? SCV ready.
Not enough minerals.
Who wants some? SCV ready. Ready to roll out.
Not enough minerals.
Waiting on you.
Not enough minerals.
Piece of me, boy.
Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals.
Oh, hello. That was nice. Well, this is like brutal plus. This is more than usual.
By the numbers.
Additional.
Excellent work, sir. We can utilize the train's scrap payload
Just
to build
brutal
more
is a
units.
lot easier.
We obviously won't find many natural mineral fields here, so we should make the most of what we can salvage from the trains.
SCV ready. That you gonna give me orders? Ready. SCV ready. SCV ready. In the rear. Who won? Ready to roll out. SCV ready. Go, go. SCV ready.
A train is coming through the western tunnel.
Check it out, Jimmy. Dominion started sending escorts to protect the trains.
SCV orders. SCV ready.
These gimmicks looks like a plane.
All right.
Well,
Booyah.
it is.
Additional supply
You're right.
depots required.
SCV ready. Yeah. What's going on? What do you want? By the numbers, boys. Ready to roll out.
came earlier than last time. No fair.
Commander, I'm picking up increased comm traffic from the Dominion. Sounds like they're planning to attack our base. We better be ready.
Looking forward to it. Out of here. That's fine. Ready to raise some hell. Ready. Armed and ready. You got it. Huh? Big John? What's going on? Been waiting on you. Give us your best shot! All right. Bring it on. SCV ready.
A train is exiting the southern tunnel.
Warhounds. Did not mean to make that.
Yeah. Well, I read you, sir.
I want to get like a bio squad to run after these
Mineral
trains.
fields depleted.
The extra trains.
SCV ready. Mama. Who wants some? SCV ready. This better be good.
Okay, I'm gonna let this one go. Hopefully that's a good plan.
You gonna give me orders? Ready.
Additional supply depots required.
Oh yeah. Armed and ready. That's fine. Get me out of here.
Wasn't there another one? Fuck. It's on the way to the base now.
Will do. Big. Queued up, ready to go.
Okay, okay. Missile turret. I start with 600? Wow, okay, sure.
You gonna give me orders? Looking. You scared me.
The doctor is in.
Sir, one of the trains got through. We can't let too many get past us or we'll miss the cargo we're looking for.
All right, bring it on.
For the Protoss missions, we
A
need to delete the
train is
talent pool.
coming through
Well, I don't know
the
what talent
tunnel.
I would be looking for before the Protoss mission.
Orders. Give us this. Who wants some? 10-4. Bad news? Yeah. By the numbers, boy. Going. Been waiting on you. All right. Bring it on. No problemo.
Explorer reporting.
Well, I read you. What are you?
Ignore armor. Range. Reaper and Hellion mercenaries? Eh. Ignoring armor seems good, especially with my... I think I only chose the add armor once.
The Dominion are constructing a series of bunkers to protect the tracks. Be careful.
We have you on visual.
Ah! You scared me! This better be good.
Our SCVs are under attack.
They are already there.
Go ahead. You gonna give me...
Receiving headquarters.
But...
Ah, no, it's an army fight. Hey, I finally have level 2 upgrades.
Receiving headquarters.
A train is approaching through a tunnel in the northwest.
Transmit order.
I thought that was a carrier for a second. Like, that ain't fair.
Got freedom?
Get me out of here. What? Transmit. I'm in deep. Commencing.
Big job, huh?
Ah, greetings,
This better be good. Armed and ready.
Exit.
What?
How can we help?
Yeah.
Fueled up, ready to go.
Been waiting on you. This better be good.
Your forces.
Train booty doing out here? If I don't take care of it, it turns worse and worse as time goes on. Lose the ability to attack air. 6. Oh, God.
Field depleted.
Greetings, Commander.
Coming through. This better be good. Been waiting on you. You gonna
Upgrade
give me orders?
complete. A train is coming through the western tunnel.
Receiving.
Oh, I actually have a ton of cash. What the hell?
Bad news. Go, go, go.
This is what happens when you actually kill the trains, I guess.
Let's roll. Excellent.
Who wants some?
Mineral field completed.
We're returning fire!
Go, go, go.
We have you on visual.
Ready to roll out.
I didn't build that many starports. I probably shouldn't have done that.
Is under attack.
Reporting for action.
Where's my defensive matrix?
You gonna give me orders?
Add-on complete.
Go, go, go. Been waiting on you.
That's
Armed
annoying.
and ready.
How can we help?
Receiving headquarters.
Sir, I'm detecting Dominion kill teams patrolling the tracks with large groups of marauders.
They're heckin' ultras.
Transmit.
I'll mark their location with a red warning symbol. Still, you should try to avoid them.
Bad news.
A train is approaching through a tunnel in the northwest.
God damn it.
The Dominion are boosting their train speed somehow. You'll need to use Diamondbacks to catch them.
No thank you.
Mineral field depleted.
Let's roll.
Add-on complete.
Where's my army? Where's my army? There's no army! Oh, God.
Is under attack.
Okay. Well, a lot of that's on me. I didn't realize how much money I actually had. Well, it's just that you talked as if the Protoss missions are some like ultimate goal that I'm getting to, but I don't usually see them that way.
We have you
So
on
I don't know what it matters.
How can we help?
We could use some help here.
Sir, I'm detecting Dominion kill teams patrolling the tracks with large groups of marauders.
Receiving.
I'll mark their location with a red warning symbol. Still, you should try to avoid them.
The train is approaching through a tunnel in the northwest.
The Dominion are boosting their train speed somehow. You'll need to use Diamondbacks to catch him.
Our SCVs are under mineral field.
Get me out of here.
As you said.
Seriously?
Mineral field. Mineral field depleted.
Right. Receiving head.
Need something.
Transmit orders.
I don't know.
Affirmative, sir.
Our SCVs are under attack.
X. We have.
I'm in deep.
I don't know, I'm gonna deal with the two at one time. Brother, you think typing at me to spend my money in Twitch chat's gonna help?
We have you on screen.
Chance I'm even looking at Twitch chat when you say it is so low.
Transmit order.
Got freedom?
Mineral field depleted. A train is coming through the western tunnel.
Ah, greetings, Command.
Insufficient Vespine gas. Additional supply depots required. Insufficient Vespine
units!
gas. Upgrade complete.
Ah, crap. Oh, they came through the fucking wrong direction, man.
Our SCVs are under attack.
Ah. Is the reason I don't want to use Diamondbacks? They're way too flimsy. They die very quickly.
Add-on complete.
You want a piece of me, boy?
Oh.
Excellent.
I'm sure there's a lot of logic in what you're talking about, but I don't think I care that
We
much.
have you on visual.
Lay it on me.
We have you on screen.
Some people like to
Sir,
min-max.
I'm detecting Dominion kill teams patrolling the tracks with large groups of marauders.
Me? Yeah.
I'll mark their location with a red warning symbol. Still, you should try to avoid them.
I prefer playing the game and then figuring things out as I go, you know?
The Dominion are boosting their train speed somehow. You'll need to use Diamondbacks to catch them. Go. Ah! Escape.
Mineral field depleted.
Commencing.
Mineral field depleted.
Transmit order.
Standing by.
It's okay.
Add-on complete.
We have you on visual.
Complete.
Moving into position.
Receiving headquarters.
I can't build here.
Ready to plunder.
In the rear.
Sir, I'm detecting Dominion kill teams patrolling the tracks with large groups of marauders.
Yeah, and it's really scary.
I'll mark their location with a red warning symbol.
I wish they wouldn't do that.
Still, you should try to avoid them.
A train is approaching through a tunnel in the northwest.
The Dominion are boosting their train speed somehow. We'll need to use Diamondbacks to catch them. What's our target?
Oh, that's fine.
Transmit orders.
Yes, sir.
Receiving headquarters.
Complete.
As you said.
Mineral field depleted.
Greetings, Command.
Mineral field depleted. Insufficient.
This could also make use of Hercules. Why am I not able to kill these things this time?
Moving into position.
I guess I had like banshees or something like that. Son of a bitch. I'm getting friggin'.
Add-on.
Ready to plunder. Gangway. Coming through.
Receiving headquarters. Let's roll.
Go.
What's that?
Trent.
Sir, I'm detecting Dominion kill teams patrolling the tracks with large groups of marauders.
Our SCVs are under attack.
I'll mark their location with a red warning symbol. Still, you should try to avoid them.
Receiving.
A train is approaching through a tunnel in the northwest.
The Dominion are boosting their train speed somehow. We'll need to use Diamondbacks to catch them.
Mineral field. Add-on complete. Mineral field depleted. Mineral field depleted.
Is this what it was?
Receiving headquarters.
Better send some body bags.
Mineral field depleted.
The doctor is in. Attention.
Transmit orders.
Mineral field depleted.
Got freedom.
Receiving headquarters.
Mineral field depleted.
Greetings, Command.
Speak. This better be damn ready.
Transmit order.
Add-on complete.
Receiving headquarters. Explore
A train is coming through the western tunnel.
Can I get more units soon?
Transmit orders.
Where's my call down?
This better be good. That's fine.
Acceptable command. We are at
Oh, there they are.
Fueled up, ready to go.
Oh god! Those are big Thors.
Been waiting on.
Doctor,
By the numbers, boys.
Get in the thing.
now what?
Yes, Commander.
We have you on visual.
Picking up or dropping off?
Big job.
Got no.
This better be good.
Transmit orders.
Yeah? That's fine.
scared me.
Ah, crap. Things that shoot up. Hello? Oh, come on.
Additional supply. A train is exiting the southern tunnel.
Looks like the Dominion ran out of whatever they were juicing the trains with. They're putting out bigger escorts, though. We better watch ourselves.
Base is under attack.
Yeah, it's another one of those gigantic colossus, just like last time.
Standing by. Easy.
Transmit orders.
We didn't locate all the Diamondbacks, but we did it. God, finally. The double the minerals really helped.
Base is under attack.
I had so many more. I was mining out by like the third train. Glass of health, regen, cyclone talent supply twice, Reaper ability. Use the Reaper with ungodly amounts of psychedelics. It's invulnerable, gains 300% bonus attack speed, and it teleports any random enemy every second. What? These aren't used I use very often. But I gotta get the invulnerable Reapers, right? I haven't been getting any cyclone talents. This one's not too bad. Let's look at another one of those.
Base is under attack.
Woof. Woof.
Sir, we're detecting electrical activity in the wreckage.
I thought they were gonna send two at once
Now,
at one
let's see
point,
what
but
they're so
that's just
fired up
co-op,
to
I
get their
guess.
hands on.
Adjutant 23-46 online. System recording. New Gettysburg Defense Initiative. Submit access codes.
Well, I'll be. So, Confederate adjutant. What intel's so important to go and dig her
Why
up
didn't
to
you just
recover?
destroy it when they found it? The Death Knight, which has not been very useful.
Sir, that adjutant we recovered is down in the lab. She's all powered up.
Talk to me, you old piece of junk. What do you know?
Sounds so sad, Dimitri.
User identified. Raynor James. Ex-Marshal Marsara Colony. Joined Sons of Korhal Terrorist Group. Status criminal.
Enough about me, darling. What else you got locked up in that synthetic head of yours?
User status criminal. Access denied.
Playing hard to get, huh? We'll see about that.
All right, that was my last mission for this stream, especially because StarCraft 2 is doing its thing. Thanks for sticking around. We cast some StarCraft. We played some campaign. I'll be back Wednesday to play more. Oh, yeah, sure. All right, they've been waiting this entire time. Artemis Fowl. Bleeding heart. We'll do some cat treats. Oh my good gravy. Oh my goodness. It's cat treat time. Meow. Apollo. I got a fresh canister here. It's all types of full. Can you not? It's like you're seeing like piranhas swimming Holding chum above him. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Hands are being thrown. Alright, assume positions. Be cool, guys. Be cool. You're not being cool, Paulo. Oh, and you're not being cool either, Dimitri. Get on the floor. Siggy, floor. Go, Wicket. Yeah. I need a trough. Ziggy, that is rude. Dimitri. Last little bits. All done. All done. They're very polite. Are they? Are they, though? Suppose they could be worse. Ugh. This little girl is actually the kingpin. She controls them all. Yeah, see? See? What did I tell you? They're all scared of her. Alright, now we're truly done. Thanks, everyone. I'll see y'all Wednesday for more co-op, or not co-op, roguelike campaign. Bye-bye.